I'm on here now.
All right, I think everybody's joined. All right, good afternoon, everyone. We are here for traffic hearings. The way this will work is that I will call you one at a time. I'll inform you of the allegations pending against you. Oh, one more person. Nope, come more people logging in. One moment. All right. Oh, hold on. Almost there. All right. I think that's everybody. Everybody's in. All right. So as I was saying, I'm going to call you up one at a time. I'll inform you of the allegation, the citation, and then we will discuss whether or not you want to proceed to trial. If you want to maintain your plea of not guilty, we will have our hearing. The way this works is that the officer will get to testify first. And the reason for that is because the state carries the burden of proof. They have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You as a defendant do not have to prove or disprove anything. Therefore, you don't even have to testify if you don't want to. But the trooper will get to go first, or the officer will get to go first. If it's a speeding case, they may have certain documents that they're going to be referring to, which are already filed with the court. I can do a share screen and show them to you if you wish to inspect them. Of course, you don't have to proceed to a trial. You do have the option, if you wish, of entering a plea of either guilty or no contest. Guilty means you admit you committed the infraction. No contest means you neither admit nor deny the allegation. You just simply want to go resolve the case without a trial. If you're here for a suspended license case or some other technical violation, let me know if you have fixed the problem, and I may be able to resolve your case favorably. I'm going to do something a little bit different than I normally do. Normally, I call the attorneys first, but I only have 4 unrepresented folks today. So it might actually be easier to take those folks first and then just go through the attorney cases. But before I even do that, let me ask, are there any law enforcement officers who just want to do a quick dismissal to get yourself and or the defendant or attorney done and out today? Are there any quick dismissals by law enforcement? If so, go ahead and unmute. All right, I'm not hearing anything.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Oh, hold on. Who is speaking?
I apologize, Judge. This is Attorney Gordon Kogler. Just heard you say I don't hear anything, so I thought I'd chime in.
Oh, no, I didn't hear anything from any law enforcement officers who were going to do a quick dismissal. I know that's what you would like, but I haven't heard anyone chime in and say, I want to dismiss Mr. Kogler's case. So we'll get there. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Let me go ahead and call the unrepresented folks, and then I think we can go through the attorney cases fairly quickly. All right. I've got Chantal Suzanne Johannesson, and I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. I hope I did. 20 TR 24648. And do I have anybody here?
I'm right here, Your Honor.
Who is that?
Corporal Mercado.
Ah, yes, sir. Mr. Johannesson, are you here? Sorry, I've got 2 pages. So I'm looking. I do not see anyone logged in under that name. All right, not starting off on the best foot. Let me, Corporal, hang tight for just a moment. Let me just call a couple others.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ann Cherilus. Is Ann Cherilus present?
That's my case, Judge.
All right.
I'm showing her on the screen.
I see her right here. Ma'am, I need you to unmute, please. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I did.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, I can. All right. Good afternoon. Did you want to go forward with the trial today, or did you want to plead guilty or no contest?
No contest.
All right. I heard no contest. Ma'am, I'm having a little trouble with your connection. This is a learner's license violation. And you've got a perfectly clean driving record.
Yes, and also I have my driver's license.
You've got a driver's license now, a full driver's license?
That's the
Yes,
case, Judge.
sir,
I
it's
mean,
right
I'm
here.
okay with the dismiss.
Okay. All right. Ma'am, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the ticket at this time based upon what Trooper Hernandez said.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Drive safe, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. Thank you, officer.
All right. Alexander Omar Rivera.
That's another one of mine, Judge.
Okay. Let's see if Mr. Rivera is present. Alexander Omar Rivera. No response. All right, let me try one more. Amanda Berger or Berger?
It's another one of mine as well.
All right. Okay, let me try this. I have a lady signed in under iPhone 3.
No, I'm here.
Oh, who's here?
Me. It says Mandy Lion on the screen.
Ah, okay, there we go. All right, this is 20TR30925. All right, and it's pronounced Berger or Berger?
Burger. Hard G.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, you received a citation from Trooper Hernandez indicating that you were traveling 102 in a 70-mile-an-hour zone. What would you like to do?
I would like to plead no contest.
Okay, fair enough. Trooper, I'm looking at a clean driving record here. Do you have any objection to me doing a withhold at this time?
No objection, Judge. She had a good attitude during the traffic stop.
Okay. Ma'am, you did say no contest. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
All right. Withhold of adjudication, so no points. 4-hour driving school, standard fine and cost, which the total comes to $353. I can give you 90 days to pay and 60 days to get the school done, okay?
Okay.
All right, do you have any questions for me?
No. No, I mean, will I get something in the mail that'll show me all of that
Yes, ma'am.
if I get it done?
Yes, ma'am. The clerk's office will send you the judgment with all of that, okay?
Okay. And I can do the school online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then just pay the court costs.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you too. Thank you, Trooper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey, do I leave now? What do I do? All
Yep, you're free to go.
right, perfect. Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. All right, I have a couple other folks who are signed in. They may be witnesses in some of these cases. I have someone signed in under the name Dawn Manley. Who do we have here?
I believe that's my witness.
And who said that?
Ty Fortune with the police department,
Very
Naples.
good.
Yep.
All right, Officer Fortune, which case is that for?
It is TR026083.
And the name?
It should be Steve or Stevie Lefevre.
All right, I have Attorney Daniel Rose.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you today?
Good afternoon, sir. It looks like we do have witnesses present.
Okay.
All right, so officer, are you ready to proceed at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rose, what would you like to do?
I just have a couple questions for the witness, if I may.
All right. Before we do that, I'll ask everybody who may be testifying today, all law enforcement officers and anybody else who might be here as a witness, to please raise your right hand. Ellen, did you want to do it? I don't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead. You need to unmute though. It's very hard. Yeah, you can't swear men on mute. There you go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will be given today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. I do.
I do.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone indicated yes. Everyone can put their hands down, please. All right. Usually I'd let the officer go first, but if Mr. Rose, if you think a couple of questions might satisfy you.
Yes, that's my intention, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Man,
Oh,
you, I'm sorry, it's Ms. Manley, correct? I'm sorry, Virginia Manley?
Yes.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi.
Quick question. Are you able to identify the driver in this accident?
Yes, I could.
Okay. I have no further questions. That's all I needed to know, just if there was going to be any identification. I'll change the plea to no contest, Your Honor.
all right.
And in mitigation, I do have a letter from Geico letting me know that the claim has been paid, and to inform the court my client does have a CDL license, if that can be taken into consideration.
All right. Ms. Manley, good afternoon. This is Judge Brown. How are you?
Good. Thank you.
Ma'am, I do have a question for you.
Yes.
The citation in this case indicates that that someone did get hurt. Did you get hurt in this crash?
My right side at the time of the accident was hurting real bad when the security man and the policeman come by me. Yeah,
Okay. All right. How are you doing now?
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And insurance did take care of the damage to your vehicle and everything?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right. Very good. Officer, would you like to be heard, sir?
I'm okay with a withhold and fine,
All right.
since it's a CDL.
Let me take a look at this driving record. Give me a moment.
I mean, this was a parking lot incident, and there was about $5,000 worth of damage on the victim's vehicle. So,
All right. Well, when did he get his CDL? Just because at least when the driving record that I have was run, which was November, he was still Class E.
Okay, maybe he isn't. I was informed he was. I'm looking at the ticket now. It says he wasn't. For some reason, most of these cases are CDLs that I handle, so I'm not sure. And maybe it was a family member, because 99.9% they are. So I apologize. I don't have a driving record, unfortunately, on this one.
No, it's no problem, sir.
How is the record, Your Honor?
It's not bad. My only hangup is that he does have a prior careless driving citation in 2019, and he got a withhold on that one.
Would you consider school then in
Yeah.
exchange for the withhold?
Yes, sir. Withhold 4-hour driving school, $60 fine plus costs.
And how much to pay? 90 days, okay?
90 days to pay, 60 for the school.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a wonderful week. Take
Thank you,
care.
Mr. Rose. Ms. Manley, thank you very
Yes.
much for taking the time out of your day to be a witness today. I would not have been able to resolve the case had you not appeared. So I want to thank you for your time, ma'am. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Take care. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, officer. Was that your only case today?
Honor.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, you too.
That was the trooper, the young guy.
Oh, praise God.
Okay. Once again, I do have a lady who signed in under the name iPhone 3. May I get your name, please?
Daily?
Your last name is Daly?
No, my last name is Levat, L-L-E-V-A-T. I'm a witness.
Okay. Do I have an officer who recognizes that name?
Yes, Your Honor, right here, Trooper Waddell, regarding a crash.
Yes, sir. Which case is this?
Defendant's going to be Brett Howard.
Okay. Mr. Kogler, are you there?
Yes, that would be.
Good afternoon, Judge. So we have a witness here
Yes, sir.
and officers present.
Yes, sir.
Change of plea, no contest, respectfully requesting a withhold.
All right. All right, this is indicating no injury. Look at the driving record. Mr. Kogler, your client had a prior withhold on a careless driving in 2019 with a crash.
Rich, can we do perhaps 8 hours, if not 12 hours school?
Officer, would you like to be heard at all?
I mean, I would leave that up to the court's discretion. If 8 hours is appropriate, I feel the same way.
Ms. Lavat, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
Were you involved in this crash?
Yes, I was driving.
Okay, were you hurt at all?
I hurt my neck and my arm.
Okay. How are you doing now?
I'm still in pain. I need to see a neurologist for possible surgery.
Okay. You work in the medical profession?
Yes.
What do you do?
I'm a medical assistant in OBGYN doctor's office.
Okay. Mr. Kogler, I'm sorry, but under the circumstances, I do think an adjudication is appropriate. Adjudication of guilt, $60 fine plus costs. All right. Thank you, Ms. Lavat. Thank you for taking your time this afternoon. Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I can leave now?
Yes, ma'am, you can. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Trooper. Mr. Kogler, give me 1 second. I think I've got just one more with you. So I can, I think I have one more case with you today, sir. I've got Kevin Gonzalez, 20 TR 27156.
Is the officer present?
I don't know. Let me find out. Deputy McCoy, are you there? Deputy J. McCoy from the Sheriff's Office.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Corporal Spinoza here. I work with McCoy. I don't believe he knows he's on duty or that this trial's on. I can contact him right now if you like.
Please do, because if he,
Okay.
we did send a subpoena back in January.
Okay. He's presently on duty as we speak, because I've talked to him already. All
Okay.
right. I will.
Yep.
I will get in touch.
Mr. Kohler, give me just a moment. I appreciate your patience, sir. Thank you. All right. All right. Do I have anybody else? Any other civilian witnesses? I've got a lady signed in under the name Maverick. Okay, I need you to unmute, please. Ma'am, I can't hear you. I need you to unmute, please. There
Can
you
you
go.
hear me now?
Yes, ma'am, I can. What is your name, please?
afternoon. How are you? I was having technical problem. My name is Chantal Johannesson.
Ah, yes, ma'am. All right. This is 20 TR 24648. All right. Let's see. And this is Corporal Mercado.
That is correct, sir.
And
Your Honor.
he is present. All right, ma'am. Would you like to proceed with the trial at this time? It's alleged you were traveling 72 in a 45-mile-an-hour zone, or you can simply resolve the matter at this point by entering a plea of guilty or no contest. What would you like to do?
That doesn't look like Officer Mercado, the one that, where is he?
Does to me.
Right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh,
unless this gentleman has been pretending to be him for a while.
wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor.
I'm sure it's him.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Who's speaking?
Corporal Mercado. I spoke to Jason McCoy, Deputy McCoy. He's in a traffic crash. As soon as he's done, he's going to log into the Zoom.
Very good. Mr. Kohler, I'm very sorry for delaying you, but I appreciate your patience. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson, I apologize for that interruption. So that is Corporal Mercado. All joking aside, I do recognize him. So, ma'am, would you like to proceed with the trial at this time, or would you like to resolve the matter before trial by entering a plea of guilty or no contest? What would you like to do?
This is about the third time Officer Mercado was not available. The previous two meetings, scheduled meetings that I had.
Okay.
So, yeah. So what I wanted to say, Judge, is that the way in which Officer Mercado describes the incident is very different from the way that it's different from the way that I saw it happened. And the fact is that Officer Mercado was pursuing me at a speed which was contributing to however he arrived at the speed that he's claiming that I was going at. He was in an unidentified vehicle, and from my point of view, it looked like it was an aggressive driver that was following me, and I was trying to, go with the traffic. And then and he almost, he came so close to me. It was very frightening for me. He came very close to me. And then it was at that point that he turned on his signals. And then, I then went on the side. So it's very unclear about when initially, because according to Officer Mercado, when he was speaking with me after he stopped me, that he said, that first he spotted me when he was entering the road, like he was on the.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but why don't I hear what he says happened first?
Oh, okay.
And then I will give you an opportunity to respond if you wish, because what he may
Thank
have
you,
told
sir.
you at the side of the road is not necessarily what I need to know today. So let me allow Corporal Connell to explain why he issued the citation, why he believes you committed the infraction. And then you are free to respond. I will give you an opportunity to respond to anything he says, okay?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Corporal.
Your Honor, on October 19, 2020, approximately 12:48 p.m., I enter Golden Gate Parkway through airport on the little on-ramp heading westbound. I got on the right lane after entering Golden Gate Parkway when I saw a vehicle pass me on the center lane at a high rate of speed. I switched to the center lane to get to be right behind the vehicle. I got a visual estimation of 70 miles per hour on a 45 mile per hour zone. I activated my front radar, same direction. I got a reading of 72 on a 45 mile per hour zone. I overtook the vehicle, got behind her, activated my lights, conducted a traffic stop. I explained to her the reason for my stop. She was identified by her Florida driver's license. I went back to my vehicle, issued a citation, and pretty much that was it.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you file your docs?
All my documents are filed, and everything she said at the beginning has been dealt with through a formal complaint she filed against me.
I see.
And it was a rainy day, by the way.
It wasn't raining.
Well, hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. All right, anything further, Corporal?
That'll be all, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay. First, it was not raining. Second, really, the officer looks, I don't know, there's a different Officer Mercado, but he doesn't look like the gentleman that I believe that stopped me. But anyway, so that's not to say that I can't identify him because he didn't have a mask on. I put my mask on when he approached my car, and I immediately, I called to speak with somebody in charge because I felt that I was wrongly stopped. And because of the whole incident, the way that it happened, the way that I saw his huge SUV behind me, it was a black SUV, it was unidentified, and it was, in my opinion, he contributed to however I was going with traffic. I was just, going with traffic. And so, then it wasn't a rainy day. It was a sunny day. It was not raining on that day. And so I started calling immediately the sheriff's office to speak with somebody in charge to explain to them exactly what had happened on that day. And, to also ask the question why Officer Mercado was not wearing a facial mask when he approached my vehicle. And so, because as far as I know, everybody's supposed to be wearing their facial mask. I was very concerned about that. But more importantly is that the interaction between Officer Mercado's vehicle and my vehicle, it wasn't as if he was standing on the side and then he saw me going at a speed. Really, he was part of the scenario of what was taking place. He contributed to what was going on. And it's very difficult for me as a citizen to understand, how he arrives at this speed when he himself is pursuing me for, I don't know how many, like a minute or something like that. Why didn't he turn on his signal lights immediately upon identifying if, in fact, if I was going at that speed? Why did he wait such a distance before he started doing that? Because then, in my personal opinion, I'm trying to move out of the way. I see a huge car in back of me, coming very, very fast, speeding. I don't understand.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So Corporal, I do have a question. Do you recognize this lady as the person that you had stopped on that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I want to make sure I did hear you correct, sir. Did you indicate that you observed the vehicle speeding as you were coming on that on-ramp heading, and you said, were you heading eastbound or westbound? Westbound. So you're heading westbound.
So I came on the ramp. I got on the right lane of Golden Gate Parkway when the vehicle passed me on the left at a high rate of speed. I got behind the vehicle, which was still going at a high rate of speed. I visually estimated, got my estimation, turned on my radar, got to confirm the speed and with a tone, and proceeded to overtake the vehicle and make the traffic stop.
All right. Ma'am, based on yes, ma'am, briefly.
When Officer Mercado, when he first explained it to me, when he got out of the, oh, it's your haircut, Officer Mercado. You changed your haircut. That's what it was. Anyway, I hope you're doing okay, because the last time you were not able to come to the meeting because you had some family issues. So you were my prayers. But anyway, so what happened is when Officer Mercado stopped me and began engaging in conversation with me, what he told me, I also have it on recording because I've been recording myself since the incident happened to know exactly how it happened. I've even gone back to that area to make sure. And the funny thing is, I've been stopped twice since Officer Mercado stopped me because according to the police officers, I was going too slow, which is so ironic. So anyway, on the road, which is, I'm not a speeder. So When he stopped me, his explanation to me was that he was, because I said, where did you come from? All of a sudden, I see you in back of me. And he says that he was coming onto the ramp. As he was coming on, that he saw me going by. It wasn't as if the way you explained it to me, Officer Mercado, you hadn't come into the lane yet. You explained it that you were coming onto the lane, you were on the side. And then when you saw me go by, then when you got onto the parkway, and then you started pursuing me.
Okay. All right, well, I have to say, based upon everything that I've heard today, I do find that you had committed the infraction, man. So let me take a look at your driving record. All right. Officer, this lady does have a good driving record. It's well, no, she's got a good driving record. Sir, would you like to be heard on an appropriate resolution, or no?
I'll leave it up to you, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, I'm not gonna put any points on your license because I said you've had a license in the state for several years. You've had no problems. Withhold of adjudication. I am, however, gonna have you do a 4-hour driving school to keep those points off the license. And it's going to be a $175 fine plus cost. The total is $278. You have 60 days to get the driving school done and 90 days to pay the fines. Okay.
You know, I'm between a rock and a hard place. I understand that from your point of view, this is the way you see it. But from my point of view, I still believe that Officer Mercado could have made different decisions. And I'm left to believe that Officer Mercado contributed to the way that I was driving at the time on the road. He was part of the car that was pursuing. I just don't understand why Officer Mercado did not turn on his signal immediately as soon as he saw me. Why did he have to wait, according to him, until he was coming after me? I mean, as soon as I've seen situation where a police officer, as soon as they see a car go by, they identify something, they get on and right away their lights come on.
Well, sometimes
So I don't understand why
so-
Officer Mercado
Well,
did
ma'am?
not inform me immediately or identify himself, why he made me believe and feel afraid that a huge aggressive car was following me. And so I was trying to go out of the way.
Ma'am, I'm sorry you felt afraid. Genuinely, I am. Sometimes police officers will turn the lights on immediately. Sometimes they don't. There's various reasons why they do that, but it's not my place to tell law enforcement officers, how to engage in certain police practices, as long as those practices are lawful, which they were in this case. And so, like I said, I genuinely am sorry that it made you feel afraid under those circumstances, but there was nothing improper from what I've heard today about the way he conducted his traffic stop. The testimony from the officer was that he observed you speeding prior to him even merging onto the road. And so, the testimony that I have is that you were speeding before he got behind you, and otherwise in your mind encouraged you to go faster. Even if he had done that, you're still speeding and it's still a violation. So either way, it's a violation of law. So, ma'am.
So if I agree with that, if that's the case, sir, I just have one other thing to say. So if that's the case, my thing is, he arrived at the number 73, right? At the speed limit 73.
72.
That's what I'm not clear about, because I understand from his point of view, he saw that I was going by, and it looked to him, again, it's an opinion because he doesn't know yet the speed I'm going. But once he comes on the road and he starts to pursue me, then he's also part of going. I don't know if I'm explaining it,
Yes.
mathematically.
Yes, police officers are allowed to exceed the speed limit to pursue someone who is otherwise committing a violation of the law, man. You understand? So once again, I have made my decision. Drive safe, ma'am. You do have a good driver, so please continue to drive safe. Have a good day, okay?
Okay, so where will I get this information from?
We're going to mail you the judgment from today's
Okay.
proceeding. And like I said, you have 60 days to get the driving school done and 90 days to pay the fine, okay?
So since this happened, I've been receiving a lot of notifications. I thought it was my privacy was, you know, I mean, all of a sudden I'm receiving letters from lawyers, you know, telling me about driving school, about representing me. So
Yes, ma'am.
this became public. So if this became public, is my insurance company aware of what's been going on as well, sir?
I don't know.
So who would have that information?
Your insurance company.
So I would have to call them and actually now inform them that I've been stopped and that
No.
did they receive?
No, you don't have to call them. But if you want to know if they are looking at this matter, you have to ask them. I don't know what your insurance company does.
Okay, so in other words, will they get this information that, you know, according to your findings, sir, that you believe that I was speeding? That and
If
then
your concern is whether or not your insurance rates are going to go up, my understanding from most parties that appear before me is that if you do not get points, and you're not getting points under these circumstances, that it should not cause a rate increase for your insurance. Okay, if that's your concern.
that is my concern.
Yes, ma'am. As long as you don't get points, and I'm not issuing points in this case, all right?
Well, I will continue to pray for you, Officer Mercado, and I will continue to know safely with God that I was not driving the way that you described it. But I will move on. Thank you, Your Honor, and I wish all of you peace and health and happiness.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a good day. Take care.
Yes,
day.
thank you.
All right,
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Ay, qué mentiroso, oh my God.
Okay.
Just called you
told
a
me
liar.
She did.
Okay. It's okay.
I
It's okay. I am moving on. All right.
I admire you, sir.
Thank you. You guys missed it. Someone dropped an F-bomb on me at this morning's docket.
Wow.
Oh, yes. All right, moving on. Let's see.
Whew.
Do you have any other? No, I don't. So let me do this. Let me start going through the attorneys. Mr. Grossman, good morning. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. Entertained as well.
I did expect things to go a little bit quicker.
Oh, I'm okay with that. I was having fun.
That makes one of us. All right, 20 TR 29593.
No problem. No problem.
All right.
Okay. All right, let's see. I'm gonna hold it.
All right, sir. This is State of Florida versus Evan L. Jean Obis. Do I have Trooper Tarus present?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
This is a 50 over. Mr. Grossman, what would you like to do?
If I am able to find a middle ground with the trooper to write it at 49 over, only because the ticket says clocked at 105, paced at 120 for a quarter mile. It's exactly 50 over on the ticket. Perhaps there's some reasonable doubt. I'm ready to just resolve this if I can do it to 49 over rather than the 50 to avoid the $1,000 fine.
Right. Trooper, he's asking to save his client $500.
Your Honor, I have no issues with reducing it to 49. That's no problem. I know I'm not testifying right now, but just to give you a brief summary, I did clock him at 105. I did turn around. There was no other vehicles in sight, so I started approaching him. It took me about 2 or 3 miles to approach him. I paced him about a quarter mile at 120. When I stopped him and verified his driving record with David, he has multiple unlawful speed violations, including from me last year once as well. Just in Collier alone, I think he has 3 last year. So, I mean, I have no problem in dropping it to 49. And however you want to proceed as far as fines are concerned, I have no issues with that.
All right, fair enough.
I did see the 2 in last year. I didn't see the 3rd, but I don't know what was on your copy of the license, but I'm not trying to condone even 2.
I see 2 speedings in 20 and a red light ticket. I think that's the third. That might be the 3rd one. Or do you see 3 speeding tickets, Trooper?
No. What I believe, let me just, I would still have to verify, but hold on, give me
Either
one
way, I've got 2 speeding tickets in 2020, both 99 and a 70. So
Any chance there's
any more than that is just piling on at this point. It's sufficient.
Any chance there's school on the horizon for this gentleman?
With an adjudication?
Well, I was going to say
yes.
to try and avoid the adjudication, and I know I'm asking a lot.
No, sorry, I can't do that. I'm sorry. The speed is far too high. The record is far too bad. But Ellen, the trooper is amending it to 119 as opposed to 120. Is that correct, Trooper?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So
Thank you, Trooper.
Mr. Grossman, you're an excellent lawyer, but you're not a miracle worker. So it's going to be an adjudication of guilt, $500 fine plus costs.
I understand, and I appreciate everyone's working with me as much as they can on this one.
Yes, sir. You need to tell your client that he's not making your job easy for you.
Well, we take them the way we get them, right?
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. Everyone be well. That's my last one. May I be excused?
Yes, sir, Mr. Grossman. Take care.
Thank you. Trooper, be well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Judge Brown, that was 500.
Yes, 500.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trooper. All right. I have Attorney Brandon Jones. So Attorney Brandon Jones present.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Zach Ramsey on behalf of Matt Peak.
Yes, sir. 20 TR 26573.
Judge, I see law enforcement's here. I see they filed the exhibits. Your Honor, there's not much mitigation. You got him. It looks like everything as far as the radar is legit. We would only ask the court to possibly give a withhold because he does have a CDL. I did look on the citation. He does have the CDL.
All right. He does have a CDL. Let me take a look at his record.
Is that Matthew Peak, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The last speeding ticket I see is 2014. There's a failure to obey traffic control device in 15, and that's the most recent entry for a moving violation. And I assume he's not going 100 miles an hour on a commercial vehicle.
No, Your Honor. That was his POV.
All right. Trooper, any objection to a withhold, which is what I think counsel is really asking for?
No, Your Honor. I have no issues.
All right. Withhold adjudication, 4-hour driving school, $250 fine plus costs.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have before the court.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
You too.
And Ellen, 90 days on that, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Kogler, I do believe our deputy was able to join us. Let me see. I thought I saw him log in. Give me just a moment. Is Corporal McCoy present?
I'm here.
Ah, very good, sir. All right, Mr. Kogler, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it, sir.
No problem, Judge.
All right. Corporal, I understand you stopped out with an accident. You weren't actually involved in an accident, right?
No, I was in the middle of directing traffic around it.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure you're okay. All right. Mr. Kogler, how would you like to proceed?
Change your plea, no contest, respectfully requesting a withhold.
All right. Let me take a look. Respectfully, Mr. Kogler, your clients had a fairly recent speeding ticket, and in this case, the speed was 80 miles an hour on Collier Boulevard at Capri Boulevard. That's really fast.
Judge, I'm not sure also if this was a client who had a CDL.
No, sir. This gentleman has a Class C license.
We do like 8 to 12 hours of school.
I'm sorry. I'm just not comfortable with that, sir, under the circumstances.
Okay, what was the speed over the speed limit?
It was 80 and a 45. And he had a 2019 speeding. All right. Adjudication of guilt, 250 fine plus costs.
Judge may be excused.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right.
I've got one more case too, Your Honor.
Okay. Who have you got?
It is Mark Don't.
DHONDT.
Yes.
Mr. Todd, are you there?
I am, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Afternoon. Doing well. Let me pull that ticket up here.
All right.
Your Honor, this would be a hearing.
All right. All right. Give me just a moment. Deputy McCoy, are you still involved with dealing with that traffic crash right now? Do you need to get back to work?
My supervisor's here filling in for me, so until we get this finished, he'll be sitting here with me.
All right. Let's go ahead and have the hearing. You were not present to have to be sworn in. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right. Go ahead, sir. And Ellen, I'm sorry, I did steal your thunder today.
That's okay. That's fine.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
I was sitting at US 41 and Bass Lake Road, which is approximately the 39,000 block of US 41 out in the Everglades, facing eastbound. Just on a turn, I observed a single white Audi four-door westbound. My visual estimate of the vehicle was 80 miles an hour and 60 miles an hour. I then activated my front radar and heard a loud Doppler tone and the front digital reading of 81 miles an hour and 60 miles an hour. I turned around and stopped the vehicle at US 41 and Burden Road. Issued the driver a citation for the 81 and the 60. Did confirm the driver off his Florida driver's license, and it all occurred in the county of Collier County.
All right. Counsel?
Yes, sir, Deputy. Were there any other vehicles around at the time you observed this target vehicle?
No, he was the only vehicle.
Okay. And was your stalker unit calibrated and functioning properly?
It was.
Okay.
And I do see the docs
Your Honor.
were filed.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right. All right, based upon the testimony before the court, I do find the defendant committed the infraction. Looking at his driving record, it is quite bad. Let's see, I've got a speeding in 16, 99 to 70, a careless driving in 16, another speeding in 17, 71 and a 45, another speeding in 18, 105 and a 70, another speeding in 18, 64 and a 45, and another speeding in 2020, 96 and a 70. Adjudication of guilt, $500 fine plus costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Deputy, take care.
You too.
All right. Mr. Todd, you do have the bulk of the docket, so I'll come back around to you, okay?
Understood.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Levy, are you there?
I am, Judge.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
How are you, sir?
Doing well.
Judge, this is going to be a hearing. It's a traffic homicide. I'm prepared to go, or if you want to roll it till a little bit later on the docket, that's all right as well.
You know what? I need to talk to the administrative judge. I'll be honest with you. I'm not comfortable doing a traffic homicide trial on Zoom. I'm just very uncomfortable doing that. It's serious enough that I'd like to get permission to do that in the courtroom. Trooper, do you object to that at all?
Judge, if I could just.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
I was setting up my camera. No, I have no objection, Your Honor, but completely up to you. I have no problem with
postponing it if need be.
All right, Mr. Levy?
I was just going to comment, Judge, this is a relatively, well, in my experience, a very unique traffic homicide case. Respectfully, Judge, I would like to proceed. There's not going to be any witnesses. This is a non-moving violation. My client was parked in or stopped in a bike lane, and he was actually rear-ended by the site. It's a tragedy. I'm very sorry for the victim. It's one of the strangest set of facts I've ever read. So
He was stopped? Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I see.
So I don't believe there's going to be any other witnesses besides the two officers, and just in the interest of judicial economy, I'm prepared to move forward, but I will respectfully decline to the court. If your preference is to set it in person, that's all right. That's all right with me. Or if you want to think about it and come back to it, I'm all right with that too.
I think, all right. I understand we're not doing the hearing yet, but it basically is the allegation that this driver was parked in the bike lane, a bicycle came up behind him, hit him, and the bicyclist died?
The bicyclist rear-ended the van. That's correct, Judge. Yeah.
I see.
Charged with a non-moving violation.
So there's no criminal charges or anything like that attached to this?
No criminal charges. In fact, I think if it wasn't for the death, there wouldn't even be points. I could be mistaken about that, but I'd double check.
All right. Let me put it this way. Trooper, do you think you have sufficient evidence to proceed to a trial?
Your Honor, there's supposed to be another, the corporal that has more information. I'm not sure if he has enough to prove who was behind the wheel. It would depend on his testimony. As far as me, I just assisted with the crash portion of the investigation. That's why I'm here.
All right.
Corporal Close is here.
Who is the other witness on this one? Justin
Justin Close,
Close?
he's here.
Okay. Sir, can you unmute, please?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Do you feel you have sufficient evidence to proceed to a trial?
I do believe so, but like the attorney said, this is an unusual case. I believe both parties are partially at fault. If we want to go forward with the trial, we can. If we want to wait and have a hearing in court, that's fine with me as well.
No, we're not. My biggest concern is that a lot of these usually have several witnesses coming in. There's often exhibits, things like that.
Yes.
If we're not going to have anything like that, we can go ahead and have the hearing today.
Very well.
All right. You were both present to be sworn, correct?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
Would you like me to start or the trooper?
Trooper, were you present to be sworn with everybody else before?
Your Honor, I was not sworn in, so.
Oh, okay. Ellen, I'll let you do your thing.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, go ahead. Trooper Close, go ahead.
Corporal Close with Florida Highway Patrol, Your Honor. On May 19th of 2020, approximately 11:40 a.m., I was advised there was a vehicle versus pedestrian fatal crash on Vineyards in Collier County. Another unusual circumstance to this case is the corporal assigned to work it is no longer with us, so I was given this case after the fact. I was on scene, but I didn't arrive until later. I originally went to the hospital to identify the bicyclist. After I did that, I went to the scene and assisted with measurements. It's my understanding the driver, Mr. Cristobal Alvarez, was still behind the wheel of the van.
Respectfully, Your Honor, I'm going to make an objection that assumes facts, not an evidence. There's no, I'm not sure we have a will witness, Judge, and I'm uncomfortable unless Mr. Corporal Close actually observed Mr. Alvarez driving or behind the wheel. Unless that was provided to him, that's going to be a hearsay objection or facts, not an evidence.
The situation is not a moving violation, Your Honor.
Yes.
He was in the vehicle at the time of the crash. He's not charged with a moving violation, so he was not driving at the time of the crash. I have a sworn statement from him after reading Miranda, and he did admit to parking there.
Hold on.
That's privilege information, Your Honor.
Well,
That was from the traffic homicide investigation. That was not from the crash report investigation.
So were you actually conducting a criminal investigation?
The corporals on scene were conducting a criminal investigation. When we work a fatal crash, we advise the drivers involved in the fatal crash that we are doing a criminal investigation.
I see. And Miranda was read.
Miranda was read, and he did say that he was the driver of the van and did pull over and park where the vehicle was at final rest.
Mr. Levy, give me just a moment. I'm just looking at the report privilege statute. 1 second.
Sure, Judge, I can give it to you if you'd like. And I'm also going to make a corpus delicti argument. If they're going, there's the officer who did the Miranda statement is not present. I would.
Well, if there's a van parked in the bike lane and someone crashed into it and crashed, you've got corpus, right?
Well, you got to establish that he was.
No, you don't.
Going to park the van in the bike lane.
No, not for corpus. You don't.
All right. Nope.
And corpus delicti, in a situation of a murder case, you have to have a dead body. You don't have to, the confession can be the proof that the defendant is the one who shot them. You
Sure.
just need to,
My position, Judge, is that it's an element.
Only in DUIs do you have to have a will witness prior to establishing corpus. If you look at the case law, for some reason in DUIs you have to have that, but not for other offenses. I don't know why the case law is unique for DUIs in that way, but it is.
Because I can read or quote it. Well, okay.
Give me just a moment.
Sure.
No, here's what I was looking at. If you look at 316.066 subsection 4, which is the report privilege section, it says such report or statement may not be used as evidence in any trial, civil or criminal. However, subject to the applicable rules of evidence, a law enforcement officer at a criminal trial may testify as to any statement made to the officer involved in the crash if that person's privilege against self-incrimination is not violated. So it has to be happening at a criminal trial in order to reach that exception to the report privilege. So the objection is sustained to any statements that he made. Even though you were conducting a criminal investigation and it was done the correct way to preserve that, if you were going to go to a criminal trial, the exception only applies at a criminal trial. So the objection is sustained. So, Corporal, please continue.
Okay. We also, he did have a uniform of the company that he was working for.
No, that's an observation, Mr. Levy.
No, you're right. I'm sure. I have to cross. You're right. I'm sorry. I have to cross him. Yep. That's right.
And he was working. He was the only one in uniform on scene that worked for the company. So he was put behind the wheel that way as well.
Okay, so this was a company van.
Yes, it's Modern Service. It's an AC company.
Okay. And you're telling me he was wearing a matching uniform?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So he was parked in the northbound lane in the bike path. The bicycle was traveling northbound in the bike path and struck the rear of the van. The driver of the bicycle was transported to the hospital, and I identified him there at the hospital before going to the scene. The driver of the van that was parked was issued a citation for parking and blocking the bike lane.
Okay. All right. Did Trooper Diaz have anything that he needed to add? Or I'm sorry, Trooper Corporal, was there anything further?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Trooper Diaz, did you have something you needed to add? Trooper? I need you to unmute, please. Sir, can you hear me? I need you to unmute. There you go.
I'm sorry. Okay. So I was saying, Corporal pretty much covered the important bits. Unless you want me to go over my own notes, I did take some notes.
Not if it's repetitive. Do you have something that you can add, observations you made or anything like that, that is, beyond what Corporal Close testified to?
Well, beyond that, just to add to the fact that I arrived, I was dispatched at approximately 11:52 a.m. and I arrived at the scene of the crash at approximately 11:59 a.m. So just a few minutes afterwards. And once I arrived, the bicyclist was already transported. He had just left with EMS. However, the defendant was still in the location with the van. Inside the van, he was in and out of the van a couple of times. So just given how quickly I arrived, I thought I should bring that up as well, that I did observe him next to the vehicle. Everything else would be repetitive, so that's all, Your Honor.
Very good, thank you. So this is on Vineyards Boulevard, near where? Near Reserve Circle. I know where that is.
Very close to Physicians Regional, I believe.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Mr. Levy, did you have any cross?
Yes, I'd like to start with Trooper Samir.
Sure, go ahead.
Trooper Samir, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, you said you arrived on scene a few minutes after the accident, is that correct?
A few minutes after we were dispatched to it. So I was dispatched at 11:52 a.m. and I arrived at approximately 11:59 a.m.
Were you the first
So, yeah,
officer?
just come.
Excuse me, were you the first officer on scene?
No, I was not. Collier County was there before me.
So you were not present at the time of the accident and you arrived, is it fair to say, considerably later after the sheriff's office was already on scene?
A few minutes. A few minutes later, yes.
Okay. You know if Mr. Alvarez was not the registered owner of that van, is that correct?
Registered to the company.
Okay. I have no further questions for this.
Wait.
Okay. All right. Anything further?
I'd like to do some cross-examination from Corporal Close.
Sure.
Corporal, what time did you arrive on scene? Approximately?
I do not know. I don't have that information. Like I said before, another corporal was assigned originally to work it, but he's no longer with us. So instead of going straight to the scene, I went to the hospital to identify the bicyclist.
Okay, so you were not present at the time of the collision or anywhere near that time, is that correct?
No, that's correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. Alvarez was not the registered owner of the van, is that correct?
I'm aware that he's not. It's a work van.
Okay, and you said he was wearing a work uniform, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe that uniform?
I don't remember.
Okay, I don't, no further questions.
All right. And there was no evidence, that this was a situation where he, stopped in front of a bicyclist or anything like that. Your contention is that he was parked there and the bicyclist came along and ran to the back of the van. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor. There was one witness that came by stating that he witnessed the van parked there for approximately 10 minutes.
Okay. Okay.
I could proceed with some argument, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Levy.
Judge, I have to make an argument here that the standard of evidence, and as you're aware, is beyond the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. In this case, Judge, we have no identifiable wheel witness. We have officers who arrived on scene much later than the actual incident. No testimony they observed it. There are no witnesses testifying. There was an officer who said he was wearing a work uniform but was not able to identify the work uniform or describe it in any manner whatsoever. All of my client statements, Your Honor, are privileged and protected by paragraph 4 of Florida Statute 316.066. Your Honor, at this time, we move to dismiss the citation based on the fact that I don't believe beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt that a wheel witness has been established. It would not, I mean, I can provide hypotheticals, but it
No,
would
I don't
not
need
be.
hypotheticals. It's okay. All right. No, I agree. Based on what's admissible before the court, I do not have sufficient evidence that proves this case beyond a reasonable doubt. Therefore, the defendant is found not guilty.
Thank you.
Thank you, troopers. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, troopers. I appreciate it as well.
All right.
Any excuse, Your Honor?
Yes, sir, Mr. Levy. Take care.
Thank you for your time.
All right. Attorney Monica Fish.
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Juan Delgado. I'm standing in for Attorney Monica Fish, sir.
Yes, sir. I've got Myra Lugardo.
Yes, sir.
R28646.
Yes, sir. I believe this is a 70 and a 55, sir.
Yep. What would you like to do?
Let me pull it up here.
Corporal Mercado is
yeah.
present, and it is definitely him.
Yeah. Corporal Mercado. I don't know. It looks like he changed his hair too, sir.
All right. Let's. What would you like
Yeah.
to do?
So, any chats? Yeah. So this one. Let me pull it up here. I literally just had it too. Yeah. So this was a 70 and a 55. Any chance we could get an offer to resolve? I know it's asking for a lot. Any chance for a dismissal, Your Honor? My client said they were being saw the unmarked patrol car.
You can ask Corporal Mercado for a dismissal.
Yeah.
You can ask me
sorry.
for a trial.
Corporal Mercado, could you hear me there?
No for dismissal. I mean, I know she
Okay.
has a clean record.
Okay.
But not for a dismissal.
All right, I understand. Can we get an offer to resolve, Judge?
Corporal, I'm able to confirm she does. You're right, sir. She does have a perfectly clean record. I can do a withhold if that's what you're seeking, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm okay with that.
Okay. In that case, withhold 150 fine plus cost.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. Have a good day.
You too. Thank you.
Take care. All right. Attorney Jeffrey McLaughlin. Do I have an attorney Jeffrey McLaughlin present?
Hey, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
I was looking at this case. If you open his case and look at the notice to appear from the last court date
Okay.
on January 12th, there's no notice to appear there,
No, there's not.
which means there's no way he would have known about today's hearing.
Well, that's
I don't know how it happened.
That's unacceptable. He is supposed to be telepathic. He should know what we are doing, whether we tell him or not.
It was weird because this is the first case I opened because I was getting the Zoom code. And that's the only reason I know about it.
I think we should renotice.
I agree.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Trooper Charus, this is your case, sir. I'm sorry, but the court, we made a mistake. We did
Yes,
not properly notice counsel.
Which case was this?
This is 20 TR 29885, State of Florida versus Rosanna Galban Gonzalez. We're going to renotice and make sure counsel has notice of today's proceeding.
Okay, no problem, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you, Ellen, for catching that. All right, Mr. Menendez.
Your Honor, I was changing my haircut, Your Honor.
we definitely need to move on from this line.
I know. I'm sorry.
All right. 20 TR. But I do see that you're changing your virtual background a little bit.
A little bit, you notice. Yeah, it was darker before.
And you're not a cat. So we are moving on. All right, Wendy Aurelian, 20 TR 29507. Yeah, I don't mess with filters. It's a bad idea. All right. And next thing you know, I'm gonna have like little, antenna coming out of my head or something.
That was a really good YouTube video of that.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to being back in my courtroom. All right. Yes, sir. What would you like to do today?
I'll go ahead. Is the officer present and ready for this one?
I am, Your Honor. Trooper Ellison? There you
Yes,
go.
Your Honor.
He is
Perfect.
ready.
We'll go ahead and resolve no contest on this one.
Very well. This is 103 and a 70. And let me take a look at the driving record. Well.
Uh-oh.
All right. So in 2020, there's a no proof of insurance and a DWLS. And it looks like your client just paid it and took the hit, especially on the DWLS. There's a couple of careless driving tickets in 17 and 18. I can do a withhold with an 8-hour driving school.
That's fine. That works. Okay.
All right. Trooper, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Withhold 8-hour driving school, $250 fine plus costs.
And then I have another one. Duffy, Isaiah.
Yes, sir. 20 TR 29514.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Cruz Air.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sergeant. You ready to proceed?
Sergeant? I need you to unmute, please.
There he goes. You hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Sir.
Yes,
And
sir.
you-
It's going to be an aircraft case, and this is going to be a trial.
I don't know.
No, I'm just asking if you're ready. You have all your docs?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
I wish. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a no contest.
It's a good job. I highly recommend it.
Yeah.
All right.
Give you a promotion.
All right. No contest, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. It's a higher speed, but Sergeant, this individual does have a spotless driving record.
Your Honor, no issues unless he had issues on the road on the side of the roadway. I don't know if he did or not with Trooper Nolan.
Oh, let's ask. Are there any issues that I need to be aware of? Otherwise, I can do a withhold with this.
No, Your Honor. I had no issues.
Very well.
No issues, Your Honor.
Withhold adjudication, 4-hour driving school, $250 fine plus costs.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Menendez. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor. I got one more case, Your Honor, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Coutier, Gustavo. And I know that Sergeant Nolan is working midnights as well. So if we
take
can,
that. Sure.
I appreciate it.
What was that name again, please?
Gustavo Coutier. I'm trying to probably do the right
here we
pronunciation
go.
on that one.
Mr. Unger, that's your case.
I'm present.
All right. This is 20 TR 29527.
And you guys are good to go on this case?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
All right, that'll be a change of plea. No problem.
All right. Let me take a look at the driving record. There was a speeding ticket as recently as 2019.
Good old days, Judge.
They were, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Who knew at the time? Another speeding in 16, speeding in 15.
Well, Judge, I could say it this way.
Yes, sir.
I didn't waste court time. I didn't demean anybody. I'm just asking for a withhold.
I wouldn't expect you to.
I would never do that.
No, not you, sir. No, never. I would have been shocked if you did. All right, Sergeant, do you have a position on this?
No issues, Your Honor, unless he had given him a hard time on the side of the roadway.
All right. Let me see. If you ever gotten points before? Mr. Unger, I can do a withhold with the 8-hour driving school.
That's fine. Thank you for your consideration. We accept. Thank you.
Withhold 8-hour driving school, $250 fine plus cost.
I have 2 more with the court if the court would allow me.
Happy to do that, sir. Sergeant, was that it for you?
I believe this was it, and I think I don't have anything. It might be dismissed, please.
Yes, sir. Take care, Trooper Nolan.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Unger, I've got Jason Antonio Lopez Elvir, 20 TR 29468.
I believe that's with Trooper Waddell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're prepared and ready to go, Trooper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's going to be a change of plea as well, Judge. We're looking for a withhold. If the court's inclined to give school, we'd be happy to accept, please.
I can't do that on this one. The speed is just too high, and this gentleman also has a speeding ticket as recently as 2019.
Understand.
Good old days.
I understand.
All right. Is still a no contest plea?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Adjudication failed, 250 fine plus cost.
All right, I have one more, please.
Yes, sir.
So I'm covering for Attorney Laramie Thompson. The defendant's name is Michael McDonald. He doesn't sing for the Doobie Brothers. In case you were wondering.
The thought had crossed my mind. All right. This is 20 TR 24428.
This is with,
It's too bad because really, they make good music.
They do, Judge. This is with Trooper Teruz, T-E-R-U-Z.
He's present.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
I was
Yes,
just curious, this person is a CDL driver. We're looking to change the plea. We'd like to see if the officer, with a high fine and costs, whatever the court needs to do, if we could change the statute to 316-610 or 316-215, just to see if we could save his job, if possible.
All right. Well, he wasn't driving a commercial vehicle at the time. He has an otherwise spotless record. So what are you asking him to amend it to?
To 316.215 or 316.610, just so it's a non-moving and he could save his job. We're asking for that, if possible.
So even on withholds, he's in trouble.
They're not moving, he should be okay, we believe.
Trooper, that's your call.
Your Honor, if the court's fine with it, I have no issues. As long as, I guess, you impose whatever fine would be appropriate in comparison to the speed, I have no issues.
Absolutely. Well, we're not a problem at all. Change of plea.
All right. So we're looking at 316-215. What?
Um,
Ellen, do you need a subsection or can we?
Well, so, no. Driver operating vehicle with unsafe equipment is fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you amending it this time to that statute?
That's correct, Your Honor. I can amend it. That's fine.
All right. Then with that amendment, withhold adjudication 175 plus cost.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your consideration. If I could please be excused, Judge. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Take care.
Have a safe day. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. All right, we are making progress now. Okay. Is Miss Orange there? Or anyone covering for her? All right, hearing nothing. Mr. Moffitt?
Good afternoon, Judge. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Judge, this is going to be a change of plea. May I address the trooper briefly, if he's there? Trooper
Yes, sir.
Hernandez?
Mike Meltzer, is this the attorney, Mike Meltzer?
Not that I know of, Judge. If it is, he's got a really bad driving record.
All right.
Yes, Judge, it's my case here. Trooper Hernandez.
Okay.
Trooper, this will be a change of plea. Asking you to consider a withhold in exchange for 12-hour school and the highest fine that Judge Brown can impose.
It's entirely up to the judge. I have no objection.
No, this would not be the attorney. This is a really horrendous driving record.
I can't argue with that, sir.
Now, that being said, I've met some lawyers with some really bad driving records, but
I have a clean
one. I'm sure you're shocked to find out that I do too. Okay. I mean, the speed is not terrible, but the driving record is. Drew, here's what I'm looking at. mean, going back, I don't know if I really want to go back that far, but going back to, 98, there's a DUI, there's 2 criminal driving while license suspended. There's a DUI in 2003, another criminal driving while license suspended. Speeding in 17, 17, 18, and 19, and then a red light in 19.
Judge, if I may, it doesn't look like he's ever been ordered or elected to go to school.
It looks like he did for 1 ticket back in 2017, and otherwise he's just taking the points.
Yes, sir.
All right. Trooper, your position, sir.
So I have no objection. Ultimately, it's your discretion.
All right. Mr. Moffett, I'll go along with this. Withhold adjudication, 8-hour driving school, $500 fine plus cost.
Thank you, Judge. Have a nice day. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. You can tell your client you did a great job for him, because you did.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Take
We'll
care.
see you soon. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Judge, I have one more case. I believe he wasn't here earlier. It was called earlier on the case, the docket.
Yeah.
It's with Alexander Omar Rivera.
All right, let's see if did Mr. Rivera log in with us? Alexander Omar Rivera, 20TR25222. I'm not hearing anything. Nobody's waving at me on Zoom. All right. Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and proceed. It's, he's hour and a half late.
Yes, Judge. So the incident happened on October 24th of 2020.
Okay.
I was eastbound within the inside lane of Interstate 75 near mile marker 97. I was observing westbound traffic as I conducted opposite moving radar. At approximately 9:40 a.m., I noticed a white Chevy hatchback westbound within the inside lane passing traffic very quickly, in excess of the posted speed limit with a visual estimate of 105 miles per hour on a posted 70-mile-per-hour zone. I activated my front antenna to my agency issued stalker dual radar for a confirmed speed and digital readout of 103 miles per hour and a high pitch audio Doppler tone that was consistent to the visual estimation. Without losing visual, I activated my emergency equipment, overtook the vehicle, and initiated a traffic stop on the Chevy. The driver was subsequently identified by his Florida driver's license as Alexander Omar Rivera. Mr. Rivera was subsequently cited for unlawful speed. All events occurred in Collier County, Florida.
All right. Having considered the testimony brought before the court, I do find the defendant has committed the infraction, adjudication of guilt, to 55 plus costs.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Trooper. Take care. Stay safe.
What was the, I'm sorry, what was the fine?
But that was fast. $250 fine plus costs.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Simon Morales, Attorney Morales?
I'm sorry, did you want a D6 on that one?
Yes, D6.
Okay,
Thank you.
Judge, I'm here covering for Attorney Morales. I'm so sorry. I'm in between 2 Zooms right now.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm here on behalf of Alejandra Preciado. I apologize.
No problem.
On behalf of Darby's Peña Castro.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Did you need to get back to your other hearing real quick, or are you okay to go forward?
We could go forward. The judge just stepped off.
Okay. What would you like to do? You want a hearing, or is this going to be a no contest plea?
Judge, if we could resolve for a withhold today.
Let's take a look. It's an out-of-state driving record. Did you happen to obtain a driving record in this case?
I don't have that, Judge.
All right.
I have the records that were provided by the officer.
Yep. Okay. I can do a withhold with school.
Judge, could we set it for trial?
This is trial.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I had it marked as pre-trial. I do apologize.
Right.
How many hours of school?
4 hours.
So withhold 4 hours.
Yep. 175 plus cost.
How many days to pay?
And 90 days to pay.
90 days to pay. We'll accept.
All right, very well.
Thank
All
you.
right.
That
Thank
concludes
you.
my matters.
Yes,
Have a
ma'am.
lovely
Take
day.
care. You too. Bye-bye. All right. Mr. Jackson, floor is yours. Sir, there you are. Mr. Todd, I'm sorry. I don't want to call you.
Sorry about that. I'm up.
I know it's your
Fine.
first
I'm
name.
on my
Mr. Todd.
phone today, so it takes me a while to get the screen up.
No problem.
All right, I'll proceed in your order, Your Honor.
Okay. I've got Joel Floriel, 20 TR 24485.
What was that last name?
Is Floriel, is Officer Plusa present?
That's Miss Orange's case, I think, Judge.
Oh, my bad. All right.
All right. I
It
was
is.
looking
Sorry.
for.
Sorry, Mr.
That's
Todd. No. Jordanis Pino, 20 TR 24879. It's Corporal Stinson.
Yes.
He is present.
He's always present. Your Honor, I had an opportunity to attempt to resolve this at a pre-trial, and at that time, you.
I had a problem with the fact that this happened while he was driving a dump truck.
Right. I had made an attempt to phone Corporal Stinson earlier. He was unavailable, according to the person I spoke with. But it's still my goal to seek a withhold. I understand Corporal Stinson was generous in his choice of statute in this case. I guess the question is, we're still entering a change of plea to no contest. I guess the question is whether the corporal would oppose a withhold.
I have no problem with that with the CDL, whatever the judge decides.
I got to be honest with you. I do. The issue is not just the fact, that he's got a CDL. Is that what I see in the, in the notes section, is that he's going 60 and a 40 in a construction zone with workers in a dump truck. I can't see past that. So, Mr. Shaw, we can have the hearing if you wish, but I'm not comfortable any sort of leniency under the circumstances.
Understood. Well, thank you for your fair consideration. There'll be no contest.
All right. Adjudication of guilt, $60 fine plus costs. I understand that can potentially put your client in a bind.
That's all right.
I'm unsympathetic.
That's okay.
Okay. Corporal Stinson, do you have any others?
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, counsel.
Take care.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Oh, you could hear my clock?
I could hear your clock.
Okay. I forget that I have that thing.
It would have been more entertaining if it was like a cuckoo clock, but okay.
Oh no, forget that. What's the next case?
I've got Michael Dela Cruz Doval, 20 TR 25751.
Okay.
And this is Corporal Espinosa.
Correct, sir. Good afternoon. I'll need to be sworn in, Judge. I didn't get sworn in before.
Yes, sir. You did or did not?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let's see if we're going to have a hearing.
Yes, sir. We'll proceed to a hearing in this case.
Ellen, if you will, please.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Corporal, go ahead, please, sir.
Your Honor, on October the 31st of 2020, approximately 12:43 p.m., just prior to that, I was at on Collier Boulevard where the 6650 Collier, that is the Walmart we call the Marco Walmart, the one right before Marco. I was in the left lane, which is the turn lane going from Collier into Walmart. I noticed a Toyota. It was coming out and it made a left turn into the against a red light going southbound. The reason I know was I always, when I stop at red lights, I like to look to see who runs the red light. He ran a red light right in front of me. So therefore, I initiated a traffic stop with the gentleman identified through his valid Florida driver's license, issuing a citation for running a red light. I asked him, why did you run the red light? His only response was, sorry, man. So all occurred in Collier County, Florida.
All right. Mr. Todd.
Corporal, this was the red signal coming out of Walmart, you said?
Yes, that's correct. There's no arrows there, just red light.
Understood. No questions, Your Honor, just a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Your Honor, I would move to dismiss. The state has not met its burden of proof in this case. The state has offered only conclusory statements. My client is charged with fair to stop at a steady red signal. The state offered a colloquialism, ran the red light or running the red light. Every element of a charge must be proven, and the state offered no visual observations which would tend to support the conclusion that the vehicle failed to stop at a steady red signal.
Your Honor, I'd be more than happy to testify in complete detail and articulate my observations.
Your Honor, I would object to that. The state had an opportunity to present its case. The state rested. I made an objection. If the state is allowed to reopen testimony, of course, the state's going to correct any deficiencies raised during that objection. It would render any defense my client has obsolete.
It's okay. I don't think he needs to. He testified that he went through a red light right in front of him.
I understand, Your Honor, but
there's nothing that says he has to use the magic words.
Well, I understand, Your Honor, but if I may respectfully make a counter argument, I understand that the elements of proof of a stop sign or a red light are very basic.
Yes.
The charge is fair to stop at a steady red signal. That's on the citation, and if the state, and I'm not speaking to any specific officer, I'm using a generalization of state here. If the state, all they have to do is to prove a ticket, is to repeat the ticket, there'd never be a defense ever. So there still has, the conclusion is a vehicle failed to stop at a stop sign. There still has to be every element proven.
Okay.
So the evidence that would
what the elements are of this violation that weren't testified to.
Okay, the vehicle failed to stop at the stop sign. That's a conclusion. Evidence that would tend to support that conclusion would be the wheels were still turning. I never saw brake lights. I estimated a speed of 10 miles an hour. The accelerator was revving.
Those are all, that is all testimony that would tend to support that. But the element is, for example, for this case, failing to stop at a steady red signal is that there's a red signal and did not stop. That's it. Those are the two elements. And that's exactly what he said. The light turned red, the car kept going.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm missing. I mean, there can be more details that would be in support of those two elements, but the elements are red light, not stopping.
Understood.
So respectfully, I disagree with you. I don't think that if there was anything about that testimony that would otherwise be in doubt, then the additional details would certainly be supportive of me finding guilt of those elements. But the elements are really that simple. So,
well, thank you for considering.
Yes, sir. I do find the defendant committed the infraction. It's funny. Frankly, most of criminal law is really actually that simple when you think about it. A battery, intentionally touched that person they didn't want to. Collier County, the end. Battery. I mean, you need more details to fill in those elements, but those are the elements, right? Theft. Took something that doesn't belong to somebody. They didn't have permission. The end. That's a theft.
Your Honor, I'm hired to present an argument. It might not be a successful argument.
No, I'm not mocking you. I'm just making. I'm not mocking you. I'm just making the observation that it really is that simple.
And I apologize, Your Honor. Honestly, I have a mandatory. I've been here for an hour and a half, and it's not saying anything about the court. Simply, I've been here an hour and a half. I have a mandatory training session that I keep looking at the clock, coming to, and I don't want to interrupt the court because I still have enough time to get there. Honestly, I just felt like, let me just present my just basic elements and get out of here. That's all I really wanted to do.
I understand. Fair enough. All right. So, having found the defendant guilty, he does not have a good driving record.
That's correct.
All right. And this actually does require a 4-hour driving school by statute. Adjudication of guilt, $150 fine plus cost 4-hour driving school.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Corporal. Good luck with your training.
Well, Corporal, do you have additional cases, sir?
No, I don't, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day, both of you.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. Javier Alejandro Matia, 20 TR 25989.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Todd.
Let me find that one here.
Okay.
Your Honor, I apologize, Your Honor. I seem to have misplaced my ticket in this one. Let me make sure it's not in my pile.
No problem. Take a moment.
Your Honor, I'm not seeing this one here. Let me, I apologize to the witness. Let me pull it up on my phone and take a look here.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Ms. Berger? Hi. I've noticed you stuck around. Did you need something or are you just observing? Can you unmute, please? Oh, I'm sorry, I just muted. There you go.
I was just observing. I just wanted to see.
Oh, you're welcome to. You're absolutely welcome. I just want to make sure that you weren't waiting around for me to come back to you.
No. I had asked you in the beginning if I could leave, and then I changed my mind and decided just to watch. It's been entertaining to learn about. I'm kind of sad that you hit me pretty hard on my fines, but it is what it
What's
is.
that?
Did you hit me hard on my fines?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can tell you.
Your Honor, I've, sorry.
You found it? All right, give me just 1 second. Yes, ma'am, I actually showed this to a gentleman earlier today. The fine that I gave you is the statutory fine. If you look under the Florida statutes, it's 318.18. That this is, I didn't hit you any worse or any better than what the statute says is appropriate for that speed.
No, sure. I mean, I wasn't arguing. I'm happy I don't have points, and I have to do what I have to do. I just was like, damn, that's high.
I understand. All right, man. I'll leave you alone. I just want to make sure you weren't waiting on me.
No. I was just watching. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Todd, you ready?
Your Honor, this would be a change of plea in this case.
All right. And this was Mattia, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And 70.
Your Honor, I'm aware that there's a speeding violation in May.
Yes.
which is not favorable, we're going to respectfully request to withhold with the school if that's possible.
I'm sorry, I'm not comfortable doing that given the recency of the other citation.
Okay.
So adjudication of guilt, 175 plus cost.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Was that, yes, sir.
This is my only case. May I be dismissed?
Yes, sir. Have a good day. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I've got the Diana Antoine, 20 TR 26892. The debate transmissible device.
Yes, sir. We'll proceed it to a hearing on this case.
Very well. The officer on this case is Jason, is it pronounced Naktrab?
Yes, sir.
All right. Officer, you ready to go? Were you sworn in with everybody else?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead, sir.
All right. On November 2nd, 2020, approximately 10:05 p.m., I was running radar in the 500 block of North Collier. I did observe a vehicle traveling westbound at a high rate of speed. I visually estimated that vehicle traveling at 45 miles an hour. It's a posted 25-mile-an-hour zone. I continued to observe the vehicle as it passed me. I immediately got behind the vehicle and made a traffic stop. I did identify the driver by her Florida driver's license, and I did end up issuing her a citation for traffic control device instead of issuing a full speeding violation, give her somewhat of a break. This did all happen in Collier County, Florida.
And I'm sorry, how did you measure the speed?
Oh, I apologize. I visually estimated at 45 miles an hour. I then activated my radar. I did obtain a speed reading of 44 miles an hour. Again, it's a posted 25-mile-an-hour zone.
All right. Mr. Todd?
Officer, were there any other vehicles around at the time this vehicle passed your stationary location?
At that time of night, the traffic was very light. I don't recall if there was other vehicles, but I did visually estimate her vehicle as the violator.
Okay, so is it possible there were other vehicles around?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Do you recall whether there were any, and this might be redundant, I'm sorry, do you recall whether there was any vehicles in between the target vehicle and your stationary location?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, officer.
All right. Mr. Todd?
I have nothing further.
All right. All right. Based upon the testimony, I do find the defendant committed the infraction. Under the circumstances, the officer, it looks like you gave her a break, so I will too. Withhold of adjudication, $60 fine plus cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Jonathan Smots, 20 TR 27062. And it's Officer Jonathan Schlichty.
I'm here.
Corporal Schlichty. I'm sorry. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
All right, Mr. Todd.
This be a change of plea, Your Honor.
All right. Not a good driving record. Solid red left turn. All right. Adjudication of guilt, $60 fine plus costs.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Corporal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too, sir. We got Toma Shirogu, 20TR 27134. And Officer McGregor?
Yes, sir.
All right, good afternoon, sir. It looks like this is a crash. There's no indication of injury.
Correct.
There's a witness in the audience.
Oh, there is. I thought I took care of everybody.
It'd be Richard Casolet.
Richard Casulet?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I took care of everybody who was a civilian witness already.
Your Honor, this case would be a change of plea.
Mr. Casulet or Casulet, are you there, sir? All right. Well, he's there. It's just not unmuting right now. Oh, okay. Let me take a look at the record. This is a good driving record. And no injuries, officer?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Casulet, can you hear me? One more try. If you can, please go ahead and unmute.
Okay, I believe that's it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Sir, you were involved in this crash?
Yes.
And are you doing okay? Were you injured?
Nope.
All right. Sir, I want to thank you for taking your time out of your day today to be with us. Would not have been able to resolve this case without your presence, okay?
Okay.
But I am we're done with the case today, all right?
Okay.
Thank you for your time today, sir. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Todd, it's gonna be a withhold $60 fine plus cost.
Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
All right. Saul Javier Baez Ventura, 20TR 27227.
I will proceed to hearing.
All right. Trooper Ellison is present. I'm ready when you are, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, this occurred on November 14th, 2020 at approximately 8:04 p.m. So when I was stationary on the median near mile marker 96, I was facing westbound traffic. I was running stationary radar. So when I observed the vehicle traveling west at a high rate of speed on the inside lane and it was passing other vehicles. I visually estimated the vehicle to be traveling at 105 miles per hour. I activated my radar speed measuring device. I did receive a reading of 108 miles per hour by display and a clear, steady audio Doppler tone that was consistent with the vehicle speed. Speed limit on this road is 70 miles per hour. I initiated a lawful traffic stop. I made a passenger side approach. I introduced myself and stated the reason for the stop. I asked if there was a legal reason for his action. He said, I'm just going home to my house. I'm just tired. I requested driver's license, registration, and insurance. I asked if the address on his license was correct. He said yes. I identified him by the picture on his photo driver's license as Saul Javier Baez Ventura. He had no passenger in the vehicle. The driver was cited for speed and the traffic stop was concluded, and all these occurred on Clay County.
All right. And you followed your doc, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Todd?
No questions.
All right. Any argument?
No, Your Honor. I believe the state did a fine job.
All right. Based upon testimony before the court, I do find the defendant committed the infraction. He had a prior speeding ticket in May of 20. That was 150. Mr. Todd, for what it's worth, if your client is upset with you, you can tell him what I'm about to say. You could say, Judge Brown said he wants to make a point, and that you did everything you could to try to stop me from doing it, but I'm going to make a point. Adjudication of guilt, $500 fine, 4-hour driving school plus costs. And whatever point that's worth, I hope it gets through to him.
Hopefully. Thank you.
He'll be mad at you, but I want you to blame me.
Understood. Or he could blame himself for traveling 108, I guess.
I agree, but he can be mad at me. All right. Jeannie, Trooper, did you have any more cases?
No.
Oh, you just muted. Trooper, unmute, please. All right.
No, Your
Joe-
Honor, that would be that is my second kiss today, and that should be it for me.
Very well, sir. Have a good day. Stay safe, all right?
You as well, Your Honor. Thank you.
Take care. All right, so Lindsay Jean Renee Donato, 20 TR 27670. To move over violation.
This will be a hearing, Your Honor.
Okay. Officer, how do you pronounce your last name? Is it
It's Priggy.
Priggy. All right, thank you, sir. All right, are you ready, officer?
Yes, I am.
All right. Mr. Todd, officer, go ahead.
On November 15th, 2020, at approximately 9:06 p.m., I was a backup officer on a traffic stop for another officer on 1300 block of North Collier Boulevard, Marco Island, Florida. At the conclusion of that traffic stop, I, along with the other officer, as well as a third officer on scene, witnessed a white Jeep pass by. The other officers visually estimated the Jeep's speed to be about 30 miles an hour. This was all while our overhead lights were activated.
What's the speed limit there?
The speed limit is 35.
Okay.
It's a two-lane road. Vehicle was heading northbound towards the Jolly Bridge. We were taking up part of the outside lane during the previous traffic stop, at which point, when the Jeep passed by, it should have been going about 15 miles an hour or less.
Okay. All right. Anything further, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Todd?
Officer Pricky, how did you measure the speed of the white Jeep as it passed you?
That was a visual estimated speed by Officer Gary as well as Officer Stafford.
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. Could you repeat that, please?
The two officers on scene with me, Officer Stafford and Officer Carey, who are both certified in speed measurement. They were the ones that calculated the speed.
What speed did you estimate the vehicle to be driving?
In my experience, over 25 miles an hour.
And that was a visual estimate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you base that estimate off of?
Just my the years of experience of driving a vehicle.
Were you driving at the time you made this estimate?
No, I was standing outside the vehicle.
Okay. Did you utilize any speed measurement device to
No, sir.
get us? Okay. Have you ever been to school and received certification that your eyes are properly calibrated?
No, sir.
Were there any other vehicles in front of or behind this Jeep vehicle?
That I do not recall.
Okay. So this isn't a case where you knew based off of, say, shooting laser that, say, a black car was traveling 35 and then the Jeep behind it, which you didn't measure with a laser, was going the exact same speed, and you're comparing an estimated speed with a scientifically measured speed, correct?
Correct, sir. I'm basing it solely on fellow officers.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Priggy. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Todd?
Your Honor, I would move to dismiss. A reasonable doubt does exist. This move over statute states that a vehicle must move over or slow down. In this case, the evidence indicates it's a two-lane street, so slowing down is the only option. The state's evidence fails to meet its burden of proof that in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, my client failed to travel 20 miles an hour less than the posted speed limit.
And officer, that section of Collier Boulevard, did you say that was it's one lane in each direction?
It's two lanes in each direction, Your Honor.
Okay. 16.126.
Your Honor, the statute is move over or slow down.
Right, but give me just a moment. Except it's not offered as the alternative. It's if such movement cannot be safely accomplished.
Understood. There was no evidence that would indicate that could have been safely accomplished.
There's no testimony that it couldn't be. So there was,
That's also true.
And I think there was question about other vehicles on the roadway heading in that direction. Just to clarify, officer, you had mentioned other vehicles. Was this car traveling with a pack of other cars?
That I do not recall, Your Honor. This particular vehicle did stand out due to the speed that it was traveling, if there were in fact other vehicles on the roadway.
All right, Mr. Todd.
Your Honor, it'd be very difficult to make a comparison between two vehicles' rate of speed if only one's on the road. I mean, I can imagine a car traveling a particular speed to make a comparison between that car and target vehicle. I don't believe the state's met its burden to properly confirm that the rate of speed was not 20 or less than the posted.
All right. The statute's pretty clear. It's not that the driver has alternative options. The movement to at least one lane over is required. It's only when that movement cannot be made with safety that the reduction in speed has to occur. Because otherwise they have to vacate that lane. That is the preferred option under the statute. That is what is required unless they can't do it. However, there wasn't testimony about that. Regardless, nor was it proven beyond a reasonable doubt what the speed of the vehicle was. So, Mr. Chad, you made a fair point. I don't find that the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you, officer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, take care. All right, William Asus, 20 TR 27758.
Yes, Your Honor, that's with me.
All right. Another fail to move over law. So, Trooper, you've now clearly heard my understanding and interpretation of that statute.
Yes, Sean. I mean, to be fair, and I agree with your interpretation of what the statute says, and that's usually how I cite. I don't really do the 20 miles below the speed limit because usually I'm not clocking cars as they're passing right next to me.
Right.
So when I issue the citation, I only issue it if I also observe a clear lane that's further away. That's why.
Well, that is what the statute requires. Mr. Todd, what are we doing?
This case, we'll enter a change of plea. And I know Trooper Taruz has been here for a while and he's participated in a couple of cases. I hate making him wait just to change a plea, but it seems that after, the last case might have stolen my thunder on this case.
All right.
We'll enter a change of plea. It's a good record, driving record.
All right. Would you like to be heard on the? Would you like to be heard on the sanction imposed by the court?
No, Your Honor. Whatever your discretion is.
This is an excellent driving record.
Yes.
All right, withholding court costs.
Thank you.
Okay, and Your Honor, I do have one more case, and it's also with Counselor Todd.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Going to be George's Cave.
Okay. I've got 20 TR 29552.
Your Honor, this is this case would be a change of plea as well. It's a high rate of speed,
Okay.
to be sure. I know at the time that the trooper issued 2 citations, the other one was dismissed for compliance. All that remains is the speeding infraction. It is fast, 110 and a 70 on the interstate.
Did you, were you able to obtain the New York DL? Did you file that?
Your Honor, if we have it, it's been filed. I can't recall whether we have filed it.
No, I don't. have it.
Okay, if it's not been filed, that means I don't have it, because I had made a point of checking this case a couple weeks ago. I just don't have those specific notes in front of me.
All right. So, Mr. Todd, I can give you 2 options. Given how high the speed is, I don't have a driving record. If you want to just plead no contest, I would just, I would do an adjudication, standard fine and cost. If you'd like to roll this back to a pretrial, so you can obtain a record and enter no contest plea, I'll give you that opportunity because it may be mitigating. I don't know. So it's your call.
Give me 1 second. Let me look up my note in this case, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
I just want to check to make sure that I haven't already made correct efforts. You have to forgive me. I'm not in my office right now. Which you probably.
I knew that by the clock.
Yeah. I have another clock I was going to put in my office, and it chimes every 15 minutes, and I said, no, that's not going to fly for Zoom.
You spend far too much time on Zoom for that. Yes.
Your Honor, let's roll this to a pretrial, and I'll make an effort to obtain a New York driving record. And failing that, whatever that date is, we can proceed one way or the other.
All right. Ellen, can we put this on a pretrial with me? I think I've got one in April. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Private counsel pretrial hearings are on Tuesdays. Actually, probably not until May. Let's see. I've got May 4th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
That should give you time to get that DL.
Yes, sir.
All right. Alan, can we do that, please? Again, a thumbs up will work. All right. Thumbs up. All right. Thank you, Trooper. Take care. Stay safe out there, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Counselor. Have a good day.
You too.
Take care.
All right. Let's see. Dominic Joseph : 20 TR 28454.
Is Sergeant Deere present?
Sergeant Deere is there.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Your Honor, we'll proceed to a hearing on this case.
Okay. Sergeant, I'm ready when you are.
Alrighty. On November 22nd, 2020, 10:36 p.m., just before then, vehicle, black car traveling eastbound on Pine Ridge Road by Jaeger Road, visually estimated it as 70 miles an hour. Used the radar to get an actual speed of 67 miles an hour in a 45 zone. Conducted a traffic stop at Pine Ridge Airport, identify the driver by Florida license, and in lieu of issuing a speeding ticket for the speed itself, I decided to be lenient and give him a violation of a traffic control device and issued such citation to the gentleman.
All right. Mr. Todd?
Sergeant, which radar device did you use?
A dual stalker radar in the vehicle issued to me.
Okay, is that a calibrated unit and you're certified to operate it?
I am certified it is calibrated.
Okay, do you have evidence to that effect present with you?
No, sir, I've not submitted to the court as it's not required for the citation I issued.
I'm sorry, that answer is not responsive to the question.
As I said, I have not issued any, not entered any evidence to the court regarding my calibration.
Okay, I'm going to repeat my question. Maybe you couldn't have heard me if there was a bad connection. Do you have any documents presently with you?
Presently with me,
regarding that?
no.
Okay. Now, your initial observation of this target vehicle, do you recall whether there was any other vehicles around?
Yes, sir.
We are actually having a bad connection.
Can you hear me?
Sergeant, we
Can hear
lost
you
you
now.
for a second there. Sergeant, we lost you for a second there. Would you please repeat that? Sergeant, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
I can now, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, there were other vehicles present on Pine Ridge.
Did the presence of any of those vehicles interfere with your operation of your radar device?
No.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, Sergeant.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Todd?
Your Honor, I'd move to dismiss for insufficient evidence as it relates to the speed measuring device. I understand the state has charged my client with violation of a traffic control device, but the measurement of speed and the only evidence of speed was utilized with a dual stalker radar, the calibration and certification of which has not properly been presented as evidence to this court.
All right. Well, Mr. Todd, you may have won the battle but lost the war. I agree with you that if you look at the citation, the allegation is merely that it's a violation of a traffic control device sign. If any testimony is going to be based upon a speed measuring device, all the normal predicates have to be met, including the documents supporting the method of measurement. So I find the defendant not guilty, and now Sergeant Deere may think twice about cutting someone a break, but that's.
But Judge, if I could have some clarity on that, the citation was not a speed; it was simply a visual estimation.
I understand, but the violation ultimately of the traffic control device, the traffic control device, is a speed sign, and if you look at the statute regarding admissibility, it's 316.1906. Actually, sorry, 316.1905. Subsection 3A. A witness otherwise qualified to testify shall be competent to give testimony against an accused violator of the motor vehicle laws of the state when such testimony is derived from the use of an electronic, electrical, mechanical, other device. So it's not what the person is charged with. It's if you are testifying about a speed measurement or a speed determination. And if the measurement is derived from the electronic, mechanical, or electrical device.
Okay, I think I had the confusion as my estimation visually was what brought me to the speed violation. The device itself was simply a confirmation of the actual speed.
I see. All right, so your argument is that the estimate is sufficient for this violation.
I do, and forgive me, I only take this from prior traffic court hearings and other judges, that my burden of proof is simply to articulate that he was traveling at least 1 mile per hour above the speed limit, as there are no 5 mile per hour variants on this specific statute. It doesn't fall under the speed statutes.
I would agree with that.
So the device, if you will, in this case was my estimation visually. As I said, I only put in the actual speed from the radar device as a mitigating circumstance for if this were to go to trial.
Mr. Todd?
I would argue that visual estimation of speed is not an approved speed measuring device according to Administrative Code 15B-2.013. Further, the state offered testimony only to the effect that he estimated the speed to be in excess without providing any tracking history to confirm that, which would tend to support that conclusion. My concern there, as a matter of principle, is it'd be very easy for any person with the authority to issue a citation to forego, say, radar school, or just to ignore. And I'm not. This is not a comment on Sergeant Beer. I'm making a general argument. It would be very easy for somebody to forego calibration certification, maintenance of records, and all those burdens of proof by just saying, "Oh, I saw a car and estimated the speed because it looks like it's speed, and he's speeding, guilty, fine."
Well,
but there's burdens of proof, and here, even as it relates to traffic control device speed limit sign, the tracking history was the state's evidence of tracking history was insufficient.
Sergeant, what did you say
Yes, sir.
the estimated speed was in this case?
70 miles per hour, sir.
In a what zone?
And I would argue that I wouldn't be able to make a visual estimation unless I went to a school to essentially authorize me to do such. So as counsel's argument that a layperson's opinion would be sufficient to issue a citation, I think would be irrelevant because I couldn't issue the ticket without visually estimating and being authorized to do so by schooling.
Sergeant Deere is certified to operate a speed measuring device. He had to have otherwise passed the qualifications in order to estimate speed. This is not close. I mean, this is Pine Ridge Road. 70 miles an hour Pine Ridge Road is what, 25 miles an hour over the limit. Sergeant, you made a very good point. All right, find the defendant committed the infraction.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Todd, your client had a prior failure to obey traffic control device in, it was resolved in 20, but the ticket was issued in 18. All right. All right, withhold of adjudication, $60 fine plus cost. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Take care.
Take care. Juan Manuel Uribe Meyer, 20TR 28680, 20TR 28684. Let's see. Super Morales, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Usually have
Your Honor, I think we can resolve this one as Mr. Todd agrees. On the speed, all I'm asking is adjudication in 4-hour school, and I will amend the child restraint to just a regular seatbelt ticket. That way, I'll save him 3 points.
All right, you're saying adjudication of guilt.
4-hour school, adjudication of guilt for the speed, and then on the child restraint, I'll amend that to a seatbelt ticket, which is 316-614 subsection 4A.
Which is a non
child under the age of 18, not seatbelted. So the driver gets a ticket. So that'll save the 3 points.
Well, Mr. Todd, that doesn't sound like the bargain of the century, but the allegation is that your client was going 170 miles an hour with a 5-year-old not in a car seat. So what do you want to do?
Let me see here. Let me just check my notes.
Okay.
I'll proceed to a hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Trooper, go ahead.
Your Honor, on November 23rd, 2020, approximately 1:35 a.m. here in Collier County, PM here in Collier County, I was working opposite moving radar traveling eastbound near mile marker 98 when I observed a white Honda Accord traveling westbound on the left lane at a high rate of speed, passing several vehicles. I visually estimated the vehicle traveling 110 miles an hour in a posted 70-mile-an-hour zone. I activated my Golden Eagle 2 radar, heard the high-pitched Doppler tone indicating the high rate of speed and a display of 107 miles an hour. I conducted a traffic stop, identified the driver by the picture on his driver's license. He said, "I'm sorry." There was 2 passengers in the vehicle, a white female and a 5-year-old female child that was not seatbelted or in a car seat. The driver was very cooperative. The weather was cloudy. It was raining east of my location, about 7 miles east. And my area was just cloudy. He was very apologetic. After the traffic stop, I asked the driver to switch places with the passenger so she could drive because he had no regard for the safety of his own child and his wife and the other people that he was passing. What I was thinking about doing was arrested him and take him to jail for reckless because that's what he was doing. But due to COVID, I chose to go with the 2 citations. All this occurred here in Collier County, Your Honor.
Mr. Todd?
Trooper Morales, you testified that upon your initial approach, you observed that there was a child in the back seat not restrained. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It was not restrained. It was not in the car seat. So when I asked him how old was the child, he said 5 years old.
The child said 5.
No, the mother.
When you say mother, who are you referring to?
The passenger.
The passenger. Okay. And your first observation of the child in the rear seat, was that on your initial approach?
As I approached, yes. So when I asked them, as soon as I look at the child and noticed that they had no seatbelt, I asked them why, and they both looked back.
Did you have any observation of the child prior to the initiation of that traffic stop?
No.
Did you have the observation of the status of the child's seatbelt while the vehicle was in motion?
Nope.
Okay. Did you ascertain the relationship between the driver of the motor vehicle and the 5-year-old child?
Yes, I believe he said that was his daughter.
That sounds like an equivocal statement. Was that said, or is that an assumption? Or
no, that's what he said.
Okay.
So when I asked him why would he put his child in danger, he had no. He just said, "I'm sorry." So since
thank you, Trooper. No other questions for Trooper Morales.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd move to dismiss it as it relates to the child seat ticket. The observation of the child, the condition of the restraint, the observation of the child in the restraint was not made until after the vehicle was in motion. The state has offered no evidence that the vehicle was in motion while the child was not properly restrained. I understand that the state testified that upon the initial approach of the traffic stop, the child was neither belted nor restrained, and a child safety seat is required under statute. That would be a belt positioning booster, most likely. But there's no testimony that the vehicle was in motion while the child was not properly restrained.
Give me just a moment. statute requires, let's see, 315-6131A. Every operator of a motor vehicle while transporting a child in a motor vehicle operated on the roadways, streets, or highways shall, the child is 5 years of age or younger, provide for the protection of the child by properly using a crash-tested, federally approved child restraint device. So the question is, was the vehicle operated on the roadways while the child was not restrained? I find that the state has proven its case in that regard.
Okay.
As even when the vehicle is stopped on the side of the road, it is still effectively being operated, because if you look under the definition of operator, there's no definition of operating, but the definition of operator under 316.003. Oh, hold on a moment. Actually, there might be. No, it's not. An operator is a person who is in actual physical control of a motor vehicle upon the highway, or is exercising control of a steering of a vehicle being towed by a motor vehicle. So I think that, and frankly, common sense dictates that when someone's being pulled over by a police officer who's going nearly 110 miles an hour down the highway, they don't immediately unbuckle their child from the car seat.
Children quite often, from my experience with traffic stops, and I'm not trying to add facts that weren't.
I understand.
I wasn't at the traffic stop, but many of the time a 5-year-old will unbuckle a restraint. It's not favorable, but it happens. But similarly, even
it does, but also that you wouldn't.
Adult drivers take off their seatbelts prior to initial approaches. We see it all the time where somebody says they weren't wearing their seatbelt because they made that observation at the initial approach.
I understand, but there's also then
they're not operating. There's
also then the issue of when questioned by Trooper Morales, why did you drive this way with your child buckled or not properly restrained? The response was, "I'm sorry."
Well, that's a generic statement. Everybody makes that at a traffic stop. That doesn't mean anything.
Mr. Todd,
I understand.
You're doing your best, sir. I understand.
Yes, sir. Thanks for being so fair and helpful.
Mr. Ty, I was trying to help you.
I understand. I
I'll be
understand.
honest with you, Todd. This is the most
that.
fired up that I've seen Trooper Morales about a ticket in a long time.
Well, it's child seat violations. He takes those seriously. I know that.
Well, I was about to say
that's good.
I agree with him. I completely understand why you're fired up about this. This is ridiculous behavior, going 110 miles an hour down the interstate with an unrestrained 5-year-old in the back. All right, so I do find the defendant committed the infractions, both infractions. On the speeding ticket adjudication of guilt, $500 fine, 4-hour driving school plus costs. On the seatbelt adjudication of guilt, $60 fine plus costs.
Okay.
I said, usually Trooper Morales, you're very laid back about how these cases are resolved, but I understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Did you have any others with me today, sir?
That'll be it, Your Honor. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Stay safe out there. Take
Thank you,
care.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Stay safe.
You too, sir.
All right. Jorge Pinero, 20 TR 28977. Corporal Harl, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
All right.
Your Honor, this will be a change of plea in this case.
Yes, sir. All right. This is another driver with a dump truck. The difference is, at least the difference in this case, your client has not had a moving violation in the last 16 years.
That's correct.
Corporal, would you like to be heard, sir?
No, Your Honor. Whatever the court deems necessary, that's fine.
All right. I can do withhold with school, Mr. Todd.
We'll accept that.
Very well. Withhold 4-hour driving school, $60 fine plus cost.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Holt.
Your Honor, this is my last, my only case. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Take care, Corporal. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good day.
All right. Fernando Alfonso, 20 TR 29220. Let's see. Corporal Leone.
Your Honor, good afternoon. Good, how are you?
Good.
Your Honor, this case will be a change of plea. This is a high rate of speed.
Yes,
it's a perfectly clean record, license issued in 2007. We'd be requesting a withhold with an advanced driver school.
Okay.
Unless maybe Corporal can have some input in that.
Corporal,
one way or the other.
This does appear to be out of character for the driver. They've had a driver's license for looks like 13 years in this state. Not a young person. And they've got no tickets at all on their record. Did they say anything to you why they were going so fast?
Your Honor, he was actually going fishing, believe it or not. He had his pickup truck full of fishing gear and everything else, and he passed by so fast. I actually at first thought it was a patrol car going to an emergency, and then I looked over. It was just a plain pickup truck.
Well, you got to get out and get to the fish, man. If you don't get,
I guess something must have been going on. So I when I finally caught up to him and everything else, as you can see through the paperwork, 90 and a 45. He was very cordial, very respectful. He's like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I was just listening to music, going on my way to fishing, and I didn't really pay attention, and I kept my foot on the accelerator." So what Mr. Todd said is fine with me, no problem.
Okay.
If he doesn't have a clean record, then yeah, I think this was a good wake up call to his actions.
This is completely out of character for this guy. That's just strange. I mean, I've been excited to go fishing before. I get it. All right. Withhold adjudication, 8-hour driving school, $250 fine plus costs.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a safe
You have
night.
case?
Yes, sir.
Take care, sir.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Yudelki Pena, 20 TR 29455. Sergeant Garcia, thank you for your patience today, sir. I know we're
No problem,
nearly at the end. All right, Mr.
Your Honor, this case will be a change of plea. I've had opportunity to examine Sergeant Garcia's exhibits.
Okay.
Sorry.
4 o'clock. The clock strikes 4.
It's 4 o'clock. All right.
All right.
Yeah, no contest on this.
All right. There's a prior speeding ticket, 74 and a 45 in 2019. And that's really it. Sergeant, would you like to be heard?
Your Honor, all I can say, it was Thanksgiving Day, and there was all the cars on the road, and this happened in Golden Gate Boulevard, which is actually, we had quite a little bit of crashes out there. And I believe she was going to go get her nails done for Thanksgiving, but just going a little bit too fast.
A little bit. No, now the other guy, I can say there's been times I've been very excited to go fishing. I've never been excited to get my nails done because I've never had my nails done. But maybe Ellen, you can tell me about how exciting that is. There you go. All right. My concern is that it was a very similar speed very recently. In probably in a similar zone. All right, adjudication of guilt, $250 fine plus cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Raydel Lopez Mejias, 20 TR 29480.
Your Honor, this would be a change of plea in this case.
All right. Trooper Diaz, would you like to be heard, sir?
No, sir, just just for the record, it was pretty fast, and he did have a 1-year-old child in the back seat, but he was cooperative other than that.
All right. Mr. Todd, look at your client's record. It's failure to keep in lane in proper term.
Yes, sir.
All right. You said there's a change of plea?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So this is a change of plea?
It'd be a change of plea.
All right. It's adjudication of guilt, 250 fine plus costs. Mr. Todd, just so you understand my thinking, I just find it to be just an utter disregard, utter and callous disregard for the safety of a child to be going that fast with a child in your car. It just, I cannot comprehend that. All right. Matthew Philip Feingold, 20 TR 29656. Trooper Diaz, I don't know if that was your last case. If so, thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Yes, Your Honor, that's it for me. You all have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Trooper.
Your Honor, Feingold will be a hearing.
Okay. Trooper Benoit, you usually have a lot more cases on my docket than this. All right. You ready to go, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ready when you are.
Thank you, Your Honor. In Collier County, Florida, on Tuesday, December 1st, 2020 at 9:12 a.m., I was on duty and on patrol in FHP 2342. It's a marked unit, 2018 Dodge Charger. On the date and time indicated, I was traveling east on Interstate 75, State Road 93, monitoring westbound traffic. It was sunny and the roadway surface was dry. I was approaching milepost 97, and you cannot access this area westbound legally without passing multiple posted unobstructed speed limit signs of 70 miles per hour. I observed a black 2013 Audi RS5. It's a two-door sports sedan, black in color, traveling west on the westbound inside lane, passing a semi-truck at a visually estimated speed of 135 miles per hour. When the Audi RS5 was up front nearest the radar, I activated my assigned radar, a Golden Eagle 2 with a serial number XE08577, for which I am certified and to operate, and the radar and speedometer were calibrated on this date and time covering this period. I observed a digital reading, her consistent tone of 133 miles per hour when the RS5 was up front nearest the antenna. Keeping the vehicle inside, I made a U-turn through the median with my emergency lights activated. The driver immediately saw me as I started my U-turn and began the process of stopping. It took him 1.2 miles to come to a complete stop from 133 miles as he pulled over into the left grassy median at milepost 98.2. The vehicle was bearing a signed Florida tag, Echo Quebec Lima, Mike 79, but it did have an expired sticker, the yellow decal in the upper right-hand corner of 01 of 20. And this was in December, so a whole year went by without the sticker on it. I ran the tag on my computer before exiting, and the vehicle was registered to a Mr. Matthew Philip Feingold at Palm Beach Gardens, 110 of 97. I ran the registered owner and came back with a photo of the driver with a valid license. And then I got out and approached the vehicle on the driver's side and observed a single occupant who looked like the registered owner from the photo on my computer. I explained the reason for the stop. He indicated that he offered no reason for the speed at that time. I asked for his license, insurance, and registration. I noticed that the decal for 2021 was still affixed to the registration. I'm like, you need to put that on the license plate, and the whole year went by. I asked for his license. He said he had lost it, and he provided a U.S. passport instead with the same similar photo on the U.S. passport as the one on his driver's license. But they were two different photos, but the same person. He provided a Progressive insurance card for the vehicle. The insurance card expired in 2019. I issued him a citation for the 50 excess over the 316.1926 subsection 2. I also got a citation for failing to exhibit his driver's license upon demand, and a fingerprint was captured on that citation. And he also received a citation to exhibit proof of insurance and an improper tag display reference not putting on the decal the entire year. I looked at his driving record, gave him a few safety recommendations, and sent him on the way. This all occurred in Collier, and the radar log for the use of that date, the speedometer calibration, radar calibration covering this period, and my certificate to operate radar were all submitted prior to this date.
Mr. Todd?
Mr. Trooper, you testified that you observed the black Audi passing a commercial motor vehicle. Was this prior to you made this observation prior to utilizing your Golden Eagle?
That's correct. I observed him passing the semi truck, looked to be about 135. And then the radar confirmed after he had completed that pass, 133. And there was no vehicles between the radar antenna and the vehicle that was speeding 5 when it was utilized to confirm the visually estimated.
Do you recall how far away from the commercial vehicle the Audi was when you got your digital speed reading?
Trooper, are you there? Do we lose him?
No,
hold on.
It was going about double the speed of the semi truck, so maybe a second after, it would have been well out of the distance here with any shadowing.
Okay, all right. Thank you. You anticipated my next question. Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right. All right. Mr. Todd, go ahead.
Todd froze.
Yes, sir. You froze for just a moment. He said he had no more questions.
Your Honor, I don't have any. I don't have anything further. I believe the state did a good job here.
Okay.
I understand it's a high rate of speed, and there's nothing I can say to mitigate that. It's fast.
Yeah. Give me just a moment here.
Looked like it wasn't his first rodeo. He had an encounter in Kansas and in Lake City, Florida within the last 5 years. Reference speed. There was a red light issued.
All right. All right. I do find the defendant committed the infraction. Here's what I'm going to do. Mr. Todd, I'm going to explain my ruling carefully so you understand what I'm doing, and I'll understand if you're going to want, well, let me put it this way. The mandatory penalty for this offense is an adjudication of guilt, $1,000 fine, court costs. However, this is, I think, exactly what is the type of violation that 322.27 subsection 2 is designed for. I do think that the court has the authority to do a license suspension. Specifically, Mr. Todd, I want to point this out to you so you understand where I'm going with this. It says the department shall suspend the license of any person without preliminary hearing upon a showing of its records that the licensee has been convicted in any court having jurisdiction over the offenses committed under this chapter or any other law of the state regarding regulating the operation of a motor vehicle on the highways upon direction of the court. When the court feels that the seriousness of the offense and the circumstances surrounding the conviction warrant the suspension of the licensee's driving privilege. I think this merits that. I've got testimony from a trooper that, early in the morning hours on a Tuesday on I-75, I've got a vehicle going 133 miles an hour, passing a tractor trailer, at least one other vehicle, at more than double that vehicle's speed at highway speeds. I'm looking at the driving record, and in the last 5 years, I see convictions in the last 6 years, I see convictions for careless driving, a speeding ticket in Kansas for 117 in a 75, another speeding ticket in 16 for speeding of 95 in a 70. And now this, this 133 in a 70. And so I do think a 30-day license suspension is appropriate under the circumstances. Mr. Todd, if there is some question, there's been question when they amended 316.655 as to whether or not the court does have the authority to suspend driving privileges for traffic infractions that are not crashes. I still think we do under this chapter. If you wish to bring this matter to appeal, I understand. I don't think it's been tested. I tried to find case law on the matter, and there's really nothing clarifying.
Your Honor, let me find it here. Well, I could file give me a second here.
It's okay. But my intention was I'll do a written order with factual findings and, and a brief analysis of why I feel I have the authority to act in this regard. And like I said, I don't know if your firm has ever, taken a matter like this up on appeal. I couldn't find anything, and now I think these appeals are going to the second DCA.
Okay.
So I don't know. I'm not necessarily encouraging you to do it, but I'll certainly understand if you wish to, and I'll make sure that there's a proper written order, a final judgment for you to have as a record to appeal if you wish.
All right. Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
All right. All right. Thank you, Trooper.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Stay safe, Trooper.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Save it there. Oh, actually, Trooper, a real quick question.
Yes,
I had a gentleman this morning who you had stopped him for speeding. This is on my pre-trials. You had stopped him for speeding, and I'm only talking to you about it because he resolved his case this morning. So the matter is a closed case.
Yes, sir.
And when I talked to him about why he was going so fast, it was almost 110 miles an hour. He said that his girlfriend was having a diabetic episode, and he needed to get her to the rest stop to get her, her blood sugar levels up.
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
I had asked him, I had said, I guess that was Mr. Todd's last case. I had asked him if he had told you that his girlfriend was having a medical emergency, and he said no. I had trouble understanding that because my understanding is that all of you guys out there have first responder medical training, and if someone has a medical emergency, you're a good person to turn to. I just want to make, and I told them that I want to make sure that was in fact correct before I tell people they should turn to law enforcement officers for medical emergencies on the side of the highway, that I'm telling them something correct. But that is right, isn't it?
Oh, yes. We're able to keep the airway, breathing, and circulation in check if able.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you catch the defendant's last name, Your Honor?
Yeah, I can tell you. I said, now, bear in mind, he did tell me he never mentioned it to you, so it wouldn't be something that you would have in your notes. But I just want to make sure before I tell people that. But I was like, that. My understanding was that, you know what? I honestly don't remember. I had 150 cases this morning, but my understanding was that if there's a medical emergency on the side of the road and you have the good fortune of being pulled over by a trooper in the middle of that medical emergency, you just got lucky. You have someone there with medical training.
But I take copious notes, and if you gave me the defendant's last name, I could see if his recollection of the incident matched what I had documented.
I don't remember his name. I'll be honest with you. I said I saw 150 people this morning. So.
Oh, I understand. It's busy docket. I do have an AED and a bug out bag, just to, for those moments that we have, those 20 minutes with severe injuries, and if there's things we can do to patch people up, just to keep them alive until trained officials get there. We do have first responder, and that's part of a requirement.
If it is something that you're not capable of handling yourself, you have a radio. You can get an ambulance there pretty fast.
Oh yeah, there's been times when we've actually landed the chopper before the fire department could get out to the alley, regularly before the 63 battalion station opened at the rest area in Collier.
Right.
And we'd have to stop traffic, land the helicopter, and we were it for sometimes 35, 45 minutes, and including people that pulled over in full-blown cardiac arrest. And it's just part of our CALIA accreditation to maintain records and training, and it's very important.
Yeah, just because it hit me. I said I made those representations to that gentleman today, and I want to make sure what I was saying was correct. I'm glad to know that it is.
Yes, sir, it is. At least I can speak for the highway patrol when I can say we're all trained first responders, and it's a requirement to attain the rank of state trooper.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Trooper. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Stay safe out there.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Berger, go ahead and unmute for a second. You stuck around for the whole docket. I would love to hear your input, about what you thought about today, if you're willing to share it with me.
Of course. So there's a couple reasons why I did. One is because I just really did want to see like how the fines work.
Yep.
But what I can tell you right now is I will not be driving 110 across Alligator Alley, because I drive back and forth to Tampa a lot. And I also drive back and forth to Orlando a lot. And I speed, honest to God, I speed all the time. I never really thought about it from like what I just watched right now and how dumb that actually is. So I'm glad I stayed because I actually learned a lot today.
I'm very happy to hear that. You have no idea how that really does a lot for me to hear something like that.
That's cool. And I thought that lady was crazy. The one lady, it's like that's not even the guy, and then it's his hair, and now she's praying for him. And I mean, like the truth is, so when I was driving, the day that I was driving, where I was going is, unfortunately, my boyfriend committed suicide. He's one of the 22.
Oh.
And I was on my way. It was his birthday. I go to the cemetery 4 times a year. And it's his birthday was on December 16th, and it was the 15th, and I was driving, and I just was in my head. I wasn't paying attention. I passed, Waze said, hey, police up there. So I had slowed down. And then I didn't know that Trooper Hernandez was going to be on the other side coming towards me. I know a lot of times that they're, together, but I didn't know that he was going to be over there. So, I had slowed down to like a reasonable speed. Like I probably was like 75 maybe when I passed the trooper on my side. Yep. And then I just took off because, I'm just driving. I'm not paying attention. I have whatever music is on. I'm in my head thinking about him. I'm driving up to Bushnell, and I saw him at the last second. And I'm like, oh, well, hopefully he's just on the other side. He's not going to come to me. But no, and I saw him. And I mean, I knew the second that I saw the car that I was going to get pulled over. And he was mad because I was going like 100 and whatever. I knew I was. So when he pulled over, he had already asked for my license and registration and all that stuff. And I gave him everything. And when he came back, he's like, where the hell are you going? Which of course immediately made me start crying. And I told him where I was going. And he's like, man, you could see on his face. He's like, man, I wish I would have asked you that before I wrote out all this stuff. Cause he might've like lowered my ticket. He might've done something.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I wish you would have told me that earlier.
I know I didn't know where the right time to do it was going to be either, because I was hoping that I was going to, I was going to get to say something, but then it happened kind of quick and I didn't know what I was doing either.
You mean today or when you were at the side of the road?
No, just now when it was my turn in our hearing.
Okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do. You said you go up there 4 times a year?
I do. I go for Memorial Day, Labor Day. I go for his birthday and his death day.
How recently did this happen?
10/19. And unfortunately, so we were on a road trip, and it was the first night of our road trip, and we were in a hotel room, and I was literally 3 feet from him, and he put a gun in his mouth and he killed himself. So it was really tragic what I have been through, and it's just, it sucks.
Ellen, can you reopen this lady's case for me?
Yep.
Get rid of the fine. Just court costs. I just took it. The total's $103, ma'am. Went from 353 to 103.
Thank you.
Appreciate
that.
I'm very sorry. I truly am. And I said, and it does a lot for me to hear you say that you learned something today by watching. You have no idea how much I appreciate the fact that someone's willing to take their afternoon just to sit and watch traffic court and actually learn something. It means
Honestly,
a lot to me.
incredibly enlightening. I learned honestly from you and the fact like what the position you end up in trying to decide what you feel like doing based on almost nothing as input, you know, and then also on the trooper sides or on the, you know, the officer sides, like the, what they go through. Cause I never really considered that too much either, you know, like they're just there. I figure they have like a quota they got to get to. And, you know, really they use their judgment and then get burned. Like I was really super impressed by the one guy that came back and like, well, I would argue this. And then it turned out
Sergeant Deere.
Yeah.
Sergeant Deere and I, we go way back. When I was a baby prosecutor, he was a brand new cop. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I was completely impressed because you could see like, so he's got like his like facial twitches or whatever. So like he wasn't super excited that he was now on camera having to do this.
I understand.
But, you know, he kept himself together and he made his position and he was right. I mean, I sat there and thought, and even with the guy with the car seat, I'm like, the guy pulled him over going 110. He was clearly moving and there was clearly no car seat in the back seat. But he's, you know, I mean, like he has some interesting arguments, which I guess, you know, kind of are valid.
Mr. Todd, he's a very good lawyer. He does a good job for his clients. He's a former trooper himself.
Oh.
I think he's from Maryland, but he's a former state trooper. So he understands, and he does a very good job for his clients. He's a good lawyer.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes his job is hard. You know, you know, sometimes his clients put him in, you know, in situations where he's defending the indefensible, but he does the very best that he can. I have no qualms with Mr. Todd and the way he does his job.
No, sure. It was impressive to watch. I would have never thought of those things, you know?
Yep.
You know, I mean, unfortunately, the one guy, I mean, and like that he didn't speak in like some of the troopers and they're like, you can see they had the whole notes and everything so that they were very professional. And then he tried to get the one guy that was a little bit lax or whatever. He tried to nail him on not being super professional in his testimony. And I was like, wow, I'm like, dude.
And sometimes it works.
Yeah.
You know, and what happens to the police officers who do get caught, you know, sometimes being a little bit lax is they learn a lesson and they don't do that the next time around.
Of course.
So no, I'm
yeah, it was, and then I was laughing in the beginning because it says that it's live on YouTube, so anybody could be watching this.
Anyone could be watching. Anyone could be watching right now. The reason why we're broadcasting live on YouTube is, you know, when we switch to doing Zoom, you know, for most hearings, it's not just the ID. You also need a password to get in.
Right.
Because when they first started doing this, there was a lot of Zoom bombing.
Of course.
Because they were publishing, courts were publishing the ID and password to get in, as people were just having fun at the court's expense and doing some pretty terrible things in the middle of court. Right. So then they doing, you know, password limited access. But the moment you do that, you limit the public's access to the courts. Everything we do in the courts is supposed to be completely open to the public. You know, when things are normal and I'm sitting in a courtroom, anybody can walk through those doors and just watch what we're doing. It's an open and public courtroom. But when we switch and do it this way with password protections and whatnot, we block the public from seeing what we're doing, and that is a bad thing. So what we've come up with as a piece of duct tape on the situation is do these live streams, and that way anybody can click and just watch what we're doing. But if they're watching a live stream, they can't interfere with the proceedings.
Right, they can't just start talking there.
Right. So any member of the public can see and hear what we're doing, and we have a public hearing, but they can't Zoom bomb us. So that's the solution we come up with. All of this is hopefully temporary. We're going back to our courtrooms for everything as soon as it's safe to do so.
Yeah, of course.
It's just right now putting a whole bunch of people in a small room for a long period of time is generally considered a bad idea. Right. So that's why we're doing what we're doing. And, and people, I've been asked why are the courts being so cautious? And the reason is simple. You can choose to go to the grocery store. You can choose to go to a restaurant. For a lot of folks, they don't get to choose to come to court.
No, for sure.
Particularly on some of these mandatory tickets. You got a ticket that says you must come to court.
I know, that's what he told me. I was like, what?
Yeah, we did not give you a choice.
No.
And we have to then accommodate to the highest level
Yeah, we have to
people's
protect us.
safety concerns, right? Some people might be comfortable with much less safety concerns, but some people are not. And if we're going to make people come to court, we have to go to the highest degree of safety precautions for those folks.
Yeah, no,
And
I
that's why we're doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Like
So-
I know for myself, I'm not really terrified that I might get COVID. I'm
Mhm.
really not, because I'm actually like not that upset if I die, which is unfortunate that I feel that way. But my fear is that I'm going to carry it someplace and give it to someone else. And unfortunately, the building that I live in is a lot of older people, and I don't really want to be the reason someone else dies.
Well, that's just it. Like I said, people have very different tolerance for risk. But if we're going to make people be here, if the government is going to mandate that you come into this building, we have to use every precaution possible to make sure we keep people safe. And
Yeah.
that's why we're doing what we're doing. And that's why we're maintaining these, these Zoom hearings and whatnot. So once again, ma'am, thank you so much for your time today and just taking the, time out of your day to watch what we do. I appreciate it. And you have a beautiful dog.
Oh, thank you.
I was going to say the same thing.
But, yeah, I was like, I wanted him to, like, I'm glad I was muted because he was barking for like half of this. So I was like, oh,
I love shepherds. You have an
really
absolutely beautiful dog.
Yeah. He was actually my boyfriend's service dog. And then the organization that we got him from gave him to me because they figured we went through everything that we went through together. We were already considered a pack. So they let me keep him. So now he's my service dog. He's actually how come I leave the house. So yeah.
Your boyfriend was a veteran?
I appreciate, pardon me?
Your boyfriend was a veteran?
Yes. Yeah, he was in Iraq. He came back with very bad PTSD. And so I was only with him for a year. He had been out of the service for, I don't know, like 12 years. And so when I met him, he was really messy, but he had actually gone to Bay Pines in Tampa, and he had gone through their PTSD program and their combat PTSD program. But this is all before I knew him. And then unfortunately, it did not save the relationship that he was in at the time. And I guess that relationship fell apart, which made him let go of all of the stuff that he learned while he was in there. And by the time I met him, he was pretty messy. We had like almost a year together where he reconnected with his son. I mean, we did really great things in that year, but I think that he wasn't prepared for that. And then we went on this road trip where we were going to go and meet, like we were going to see people he'd been in Iraq with. We were going to see people that he had met through Facebook, through like, combat groups that he was in. And I guess he just got overwhelmed with all of the different things that were going on. And his solution was to kill himself. It was literally the first night of our trip. It had been like a horrible long day of like, cause he was drinking and all that, like what they do. And yeah, he just like from 1 minute to the next, he was like arguing with me that I hadn't gotten the pizza there yet because he was hungry. And 10 minutes after that, he was dead. And there was nothing any different that night than any other night of any other experiences. Like I could not have known that that's what was going to happen. I mean, I was never concerned. He had the weapons. They were loaded all the time. I never even thought about it because, when they're veterans, they know how to handle weapons.
Sure.
But that particular day and I went crazy. Like now I'm telling you my life story, but I ended up going to a psychic medium person and he showed up at the very end. He was the last one that showed up. And I always thought that this was a mistake and he just forgot that there was actually a bullet in the chamber. And I knew there was a bullet in the chamber, but I didn't remember it then. But I knew because he had racked the gun, which I shouldn't tell you this, but he had racked the gun in my car. Like I'm telling you, like in my life, I never experienced any of the things that I experienced in this last year. He normalized things for me that are not normal.
I understand.
But I didn't even think about it. Like he used to have me in his apartment. We'd be clearing, like in his head, I'd be someone behind him and we'd be clearing his apartment to make sure there was no insurgents in there. Like that's not normal, but that's what I got used to.
Sure.
And I thought that he forgot that. I'm sorry.
Have you, have you gone to counseling for yourself to deal with any of this or?
No, I didn't, not yet. Part of the problem that I have with that, which it would be great for me, but because I'm alone and I don't really have any kind of a support network for that, I am terrified to open up the things that I have to carry around and then come home and have nowhere to lean to deal with it. So I'm not prepared to do that yet. I mean, I need to. Eventually I'm going to have to. Because eventually, like, however I got it walled off, eventually it's going to hit me.
Don't wait.
Yeah.
Find someone, find someone that you can start working on this with. It doesn't go away.
No, it surely does not. And it
So-
does come up in very surprising places.
Yes, ma'am, like traffic court.
Yeah, here we are, right?
You probably never expected to have this conversation with the judge.
For sure not.
But just do me a favor. There's folks out there that are the right people to talk to. It's worth it to start looking into that. And when you come home, you have the perfect person behind you.
Oh yeah, he
Talk
goes
to about it. Trust me.
Yeah. Actually, I'll tell you, so he goes with me everywhere. I mean, I almost never leave him home ever. But what I was afraid of is when I got pulled over, because he does not like when people approach the vehicle.
Oh, he was in the car. Oh yeah.
Sure. So I was having a heart attack because I'm thinking to myself, okay, I need to find a way to be as calm as possible so that he doesn't feed off of my anxiety and start barking at Trooper Hernandez. Because I know, like, as you know, when you're outside and there's an 80-something pound German Shepherd, you know, like he could have been scared. And the greatest thing happened. He literally just climbed into the back seat and he laid down on the back seat and he never made a peep.
Well, I think he knew.
And I was like, whew, because I was so afraid.
I think he knew that was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
German Shepherds are incredibly smart dogs.
Yeah, he's way smarter than me, for sure. And if you ask him, he'll tell you.
He probably would tell you that.
Yeah.
Because they're very smart, but they also have attitude.
Yeah.
So, ma'am, once again, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me and share your story. Ellen, on this case, it's just going to be a withholding cost.
Got it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'm glad we got to do this. And listen, I
you know
come
what?
back and watch you all the time, but I don't want any more.
Ma'am, you can click on my YouTube channel. You can watch for it anytime you want.
Right on,
that's what it's there for. But thank you for talking to me. Thank you for sharing your life. Thank you for sharing your story with me. Thank you for listening today. It really means an awful lot to me that you trusted me to tell me these things.
That's awesome.
Right.
Thank you. Yep.
Take
All right. Well,
care.
you guys have a good rest of your day, and thank you.
You too, ma'am.
Bye.
Thank you, Ellen. Take care.
Bye.
Okay,
Bye.
we still have a case on the docket.
Oh, we have one more. I'm sorry. Bye, Miss Berger.
All right. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye. Thank you. Okay, so I reached out to the court liaison for FWCC, which is who Kyle Palusa works for.
You know, I think I had gotten a motion to dismiss a day or two ago. It probably was
for this case.
It probably was this. Hold on one second. Let me go find Sarah and ask her if this was it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was. It just may not have gotten through the queue yet.
Okay.
But I signed an order. Officer Palusa had sent me a motion to dismiss, I think on Monday.
Okay, and in the meantime, I'm going to see if I can find this case number in our e-filing queue.
Yeah, maybe Sarah will remember.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. It's 20 TR 24485. No, that wasn't it. Okay. All right. Nope, that wasn't it. All right. So, you know, I don't have an attorney. I don't have the officer. I'm sorry, Ellen. Go ahead.
That's okay. She responded and said, "Let me check," and that was at 4:19, and I haven't heard anything else from her.
No, it wasn't. It was a different case. Because Sarah still
their
had.
court liaison.
What's that?
I meant their court liaison.
Oh,
FWCC's court liaison.
It's okay. I don't have the officer. I don't have the attorney. Let's just continue it, and we'll sort it out. Let's put it on another 1:30 whenever we've got a date.
Okay, I think April 21st is our next 1:30 time that's open still.
That's fine. We can do that.
Okay.
Was that the last case?
That is the last case.
All right.
All right, it was good to see you.
It was good to see you. Thank you for sticking with me today.
Oh, no problem. I'll see you Friday.